come look at this camera?
I've already set it to column.
give you some time. So have you started recording, Roger?
Yes, Your Honor, we have.
Okay, perfect. So council will stand in session. Items 1 and 2 are executive sessions and direction to staff. So we will be moving into executive session and then come back out of executive session into study. So Mr. Clerk, can you read the description?
Yes, Your Honor. The executive session is noticed as item number 1. Executive session, City of Phoenix, City of Tucson et al. Versus Expedia Incorporated et al. Arizona Tax Court Cases TX 2014-000470, 00471, 00472, 00474, and 00475, and it is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03 A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So move. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. As usual, in our virtual meetings, we leave this meeting and go into our executive session meeting. So I'll see you on the other side.
So move.
There's a
Second.
motion.
There's a second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of returning to study session signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2? Mr. Rankin?
Honorable Mayor, I would simply ask for a motion from the Mayor and Council directing the City Attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session.
So
Is there-
move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We now go into item 3. Time has been set aside for an update on the COVID-19 emergency. We have invited, as we usually do, to our study sessions, a Pima County Health Department representative. Today, we have the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Jenny Mullins, representing Dr. Cullen. We are grateful for her time and guidance and help that we are getting from Pima County Department of Health. And so with that, I'd like to just, for us to respect Ms. Mullins' time, just jump right into her presentation to Mayor and Council, an update on the COVID-19 emergency. Ms. Mullins, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I will just share my screen. Let's see. Sorry. Bear with me. I'm just trying to locate it.
Don't worry, take your time, Ms. Mullins.
Perhaps I have sent it through to Roger and Charlene, and I'm not sure why I can't view it. Oh, let me hang on one sec. Yeah, no, I'm not used to this format. We have a different Teams format, and I'm not seeing my presentation.
Be able to share the screen with the presentation from Pima County?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Then that way we have you share, and then we have Ms. Mullins present.
Great, thank you very much.
Problem, thank you.
So, apologies from Dr. Cullen. As I mentioned earlier, she's being pulled in lots of different directions at the moment with the surge that we're seeing in the county. And we did receive some specific questions from Councilman Fimbres that we'll be addressing in the update. Just seeing if Roger has shared it yet. Here we go. Thank you very much. So I'll be speaking to the next slide. These are the specific questions that we'll address, and then next slide is the beginning of the COVID update. So nothing that you don't already know, that we're seeing very high transmission in the county at the moment. In fact, I think we've hit the peak of more cases than we have seen through the onset of the pandemic here in Pima County. Yesterday, we were around 2,000 new cases. We're currently seeing about 18,000 plus cases in the county and have reached a rate of 1,750 cases per 100,000. I noticed on the weekend we were almost at 2,000 And just a reminder that the target is less than 100 cases per 100,000. So we are well and truly 17 times where we need to be. Testing in the county is up 13%, which is good news. We're seeing about 3,400 tests per day, and unfortunately, the test positivity is 33%, which is also very high. That's up about 4% from over the last week. And we have seen over 300 new hospital admissions in the last 7 days. Next slide, please. This is really just giving you the image of the epicurve for the county, and going back to, the beginning of January, that where you can see it's escalated and is pretty much peaking out. We're hoping to see that come down. I believe Dr. Cullen is hopeful that we'll start seeing things come down in the next couple of weeks in February, but we've still got a ways to go to ride this surge. Next slide, please. So we are inching up in terms of our vaccination rates in the county. The total population of the county, we're seeing about 66% fully vaccinated, that with 70% of people 5 years and older who are already vaccinated fully. That doesn't include boosted. 78% of the county have received at least one shot. So we are continuing to inch our way up. 93% of fully vaccinated people over 65. 93% of people over 65 are fully vaccinated. And also 43% of our people who are 18 and over are boosted. I know you were asking questions about the booster rates for people in the county. So we're also seeing our mobile vaccination events are sort of helping to get those numbers up. 60% of fully vaccinated people who are 65 and over are boosted. And also we're still seeing low vaccine uptake pockets and census tracts in the county, which we are targeting with both our vaccine equity and our testing equity grants. Next slide, please. The hospital report is much the same as the last couple of weeks, with very limited bed capacity and stressed emergency rooms. The current rate is about 4% of ICU bed availability in the county. That equates to about 12 beds. It's really tight margin here. And we are seeing that there's an increase in the number of positive inpatients that have been admitted to our hospital system in the county, with 484 COVID-19 positive patients currently admitted. So limited capacity around medical surge beds, emergency department, and scarce resources around use of ventilators as well. Next slide, please. One of the questions that was presented by Councilman Fimbrace was to speak to what is actually happening with the availability of testing in the county, and also what the federal government resources are that are coming into the county. So I just wanted to let you know that we are still pursuing additional supply of rapid antigen tests through our procurement processes. We have submitted orders, and given the push by the federal government, particularly through the White House and the Biden administration, to get free at-home COVID rapid antigen tests out to the public. Our orders were trumped, I guess, by the federal government allocation. So we are still waiting for additional supply, and we're also exploring new test options that are coming online as well. Next slide, please. Here are some links that you are welcome to share through your wards and departments and partners. This is one of the links that our community members can order the free at-home COVID tests through the federal government website. And there's also new resources and guidance that the Pima County Health Department have developed around what people need to do if they test positive or if they're sick, and testing centres, home testing, and also isolation and quarantine guidance. So please push those out through your networks. Thanks. Next slide. Another arm of the testing capacity that we're working on is, you might be all aware that we have stood up 2 new testing pods that are able to administer PCR tests for community members. The first one is at Pima Community College West. Here are all the details. It is largely a drive-through. It is on a major bus route, bus number 9, and capacity for people to walk up. We are, as you might have seen, there's been a little bit of delay in people getting through that as a new site, as they come up to speed with their logistics and registrations. But we really want to strongly encourage everyone to pre-register for the testing sites there at both the Pima Community College West and the next one at the Keno Event Centre. So good news there that there's more testing availability in the county, in addition to getting out those rapid self-antigen tests that people can test at home if they choose. And the Keno Event Centre, which opened today, is open from 10 till 7. Again, this is in partnership with the Pima County Health Department and Paradigm Labs. The Pima County West site is actually also being supported by our FEMA partners. As you might remember, we've requested assistance from FEMA in our vaccination efforts here in the county. So pulling on all of our available resources to try and to serve the public as best we can. There is a phone number here, so people that are not savvy with using online, they can call this number to make an appointment, which we have tried to do throughout our vaccination efforts as well. Testing's available at this site at Keno for anyone 2 years of age or older. And there's also a link to all the other mobile testing sites that are on our website, because even though we have these 2 static pods right now, we have many different mobile testing sites that we are bringing online constantly to serve communities that are requesting it, are in need, have high cases and need assistance with access. Next slide, please. Here's also some resources and information for you about the N95 masks availability, that people can also go onto the website and order the N95s. We are not actually coordinating it. It's being coordinated through the community health centres here in the county, so people are able to reach out to the 2 that are listed here, Marana Health Centre and El Rio in Pima County. So there's links there that you're also welcome to share with your community members and neighbourhood associations if you choose. Next slide, please. Here are some of the additional upcoming mobile vaccination pods that we have going. As you can see, we try and target at-risk communities, young people that have lower vaccination rates, some rural parts of the county where we know there's fewer resources and lots of school pods. So that's some example. And there is actually another list of mobile vaccination pods on our website that is not included in this slide deck because I added it after I sent this through. So please visit our website and you'll see all the other mobile pods that are, the ones that are listed here. We have a grant that is a vaccine equity grant funded through Health and Human Service, US Health and Human Services. And so we are attempting to address some of the health disparities around vaccine uptake. Next slide, please. Another question was around the success going on at Tucson Convention Center right now, with also delivering shots. And currently we're just reached over 18,000 vaccinations since we stood this up. Still the majority are booster shots. And we are going to continue to provide these services at TCC. There'll be a change of location once the GEM show starts, and it will, the clinic will be located in the Coconino conference room at TCC. We are seeing some of the numbers slowing. So what we were previously seeing 500, 600, 700 a day is now in the low hundreds. But we're still reaching people that need to get their boosters, so that's great. We also have FEMA vaccinator support down there right now as well, so alleviating some of the stress on that crew that were operating that pod. Next slide, please. Just left you with some very well-worn tips on preventing COVID that if you'd still like to push these out to community members, and they are updated on masks, but really with the hospital so stretched and increasing admissions, Dr. Cullen did tell me that the majority of cases in the county we are seeing are Omicron. So that's why we're seeing such highly transmissible, maybe less severe for those who are vaccinated, but still many people being admitted to hospitals, and we are still seeing needless death in our county. I think we have seen in the 60s for weeks on end each week. So that concludes my update from Dr. Cullen. That's the last slide. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Collins. I really appreciate your presentation and for you being here and for taking the questions from individual council members before arriving here today. My questions before I hand it off to my colleagues are, you mentioned in your presentation that we still have low uptake pockets and census tracts. Can you explain that statement further?
So we are seeing parts of the county that have very high rates of vaccination, and some areas that have lower vaccine uptake. Some of them are even below 50%. So we are trying to discern when there is a difference between access and equity, where people want to be vaccinated and cannot, don't have access to information, they aren't convenient, they are not culturally appropriate or responsive. So we're trying to reach those areas where we believe that we can move the dial on the vaccination rates, and it's not simply a reflection of disinterest and rejection of the vaccine at all. So there is a little bit of discerning there, because there are parts of the county that have high rates of hesitancy and other parts where it's more around accessibility.
So would you be able to elaborate further in terms of these pockets and what general areas, geographic areas they are, and how can I and the city of Tucson help in whatever way we can help?
Absolutely. We'd be happy to send through some of the target census tracts that we have been working within consistently. And they, even though some of them are in, they follow generally the social vulnerability index of the community itself. So when a community has lower resources and higher stress and higher number of variables that make them vulnerable, then we're seeing higher rates of COVID cases and severe COVID. So yes, we could send through the census tracts where we are still targeting. Some of them are in the south side of city of Tucson, but not entirely. There are pockets of vulnerability throughout the city and county, and even in the midtown areas, sort of north of Grant, in the areas in there. So I think it's 2603 census tract. We're seeing lower uptake in South Tucson, and we've reached out to the mayor of South Tucson to attempt to work more closely with communities in South Tucson. But yes, we can send through the census tracts that we are hoping to lift those rates further.
Yeah, and let us know how we can help as well. I know that the vaccination site at the Tucson Convention Center is something that both our city manager and mayor and council have been adamant in terms of standing up because we want to be part of the solution. So as we think of how we respond with the American Rescue Plan dollars, part of the framework that the city of Tucson or the mayor and council put together was to, make sure that we are looking at these high COVID numbers, and especially those areas that have lower resources and higher stressed areas, which tend to layer one upon the other. So yeah, please let us know how we can help. And if you could send that information, that would be very beneficial. With that, I know that Councilmember Kozaczek has his hand up, as well as Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, and
Go ahead.
welcome back, Jen. We know that the difference in vaccinated versus unvaccinated people, the outcomes are significantly different. Are you seeing, is Pima County Health seeing a difference in infection rates between vaccinated and unvaccinated people for Omicron?
I think we do have that data, Steve, Councilman Kozaczek, showing that unvaccinated people, I think it came through the state, were 18 times more likely to be hospitalized. I know they're the outcomes. I do believe that the R0 for people that are unvaccinated is higher, but I can check with our team and get back to you on what we're seeing in terms of disparities in the infection rate between vaccinated and unvaccinated.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. I know the CDC just today came out indicating that unvaccinated adults are 3 to 5 times more likely to get Omicron. And your data for the hospitalization rate is a really important piece of data point. So thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Welcome.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Mullins. My question is, do we have data on how many of you aren't vaccinated that are the ones in the hospitals? What percentage of them are there? Not the ones that haven't been boosted, haven't had their shots, or haven't been tested. Is there a different percentage? What age group are them? I know 65% or 93% vaccinated and boosted, but what about the other age groups? Do we have broken down by category?
Sure. So if I understand the question, Councilman Fimberes, you'd like to see the breakdown of the age groups of people that have been hospitalised with COVID who are unvaccinated. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We'll get that for you.
Thank you. And is there a message we can send out to these folks saying they need to get boosted, they need to get their shots, they need to get tested, so we can help? And then the other thing is, can the health department work with our mayor and council to set up pop-up sites for vaccines and testing still?
Thanks. I'll take those questions and I will pass it on to Dr. Cullen and our comms team about your interest in intensifying communications around the need to get boosted to alleviate pressure from the hospital system and people needing to get vaccinated too. We're certainly continuing to get that message out and beating the bushes to find people that are willing to listen and get to those sites. I did just find out that we were able to offer free Uber and Lyft rides previously, but that initiative ended. So it's no longer available that people can get a free Uber or Lyft ride. So that might be something we are working with our partners here at the health department to look at applying specifically through different programs with those companies, but maybe something we really need to think about as a city in terms of how do we assist people with getting to the sites when. So thank you, Councilman Fimberes. I'll get back to you with that information.
I have one more question, Doctor. The other question is, I know 2 years ago, senior centers were really hit hard, a lot of deaths and started because they weren't ready for this stuff. How are they doing now? And are they being boosted? And I know they need Uber rides and they need help to get tested and get vaccines. We're doing better with them. I know we had one in Ward 5 that was really hit on Ajo near Banner. Sapphire.
Yeah, that's actually on our doorstep right behind Abrams here. We are watching and monitoring very carefully what's happening in our long-term care and assisted living and congregate settings. We have a dedicated team for those communities, and they are continuing to work their way through. We are also continuing with homebound vaccinations. So there's a link and a number that people can call anyone who cannot leave their home due to an underlying medical condition or a disability, for example, that we're sending our public health nursing team out to them. But yes, I know that the state has recently updated its guidance around visitation into those settings for older adults and people with disabilities and in nursing home settings. So there's a lot more stricter guidelines around visitation and PPE and masking. So we are also monitoring that and can get an update for you on any issues that we're seeing there.
We understand the federal government's going to release all these tests to people's homes and give to the mail service. How are we going to coordinate? Are you guys coordinating with them to track these numbers that are going out?
Well, we aren't actually coordinating the federal government initiative but we are pushing out communication so people know about it and they can sign up for it. But we are also doing our best to get our hands on any of the rapid antigen tests so that we can also, we've been distributing, as you know, through the libraries that ceased once we were out of supply. We've been getting them to all the schools as a priority and through our community-based organisations and partners who are serving vulnerable communities largely. So we'll continue to work on that front. We have a testing equity grant where we are tracking the distribution of tests, and they're working hard with our procurement side of things to try and get more into the county. So we'll keep you posted when we have more availability.
Appreciate it, Doctor. My last question is,
Thank you so much.
I have a lot of seniors in my ward that have landlines. They don't have Wi-Fi. They don't have computers. They don't have cell phones. So how's the message getting out to them? Is there a line that we could use that's open duty hours? Because they're raising their grandkids also, that we can utilize for them.
Yes, we do have that helpline still functioning and being staffed, and I'll send it through to you as well. I believe I put a landline in one of the slides for testing, especially if they want to get tested. But there's a number on our website too where people can call if they're homebound and they want to have someone come to them. But yeah, we'll get that to you. Thank you.
And I want to thank you for your efforts and being responsive to us. Thank you.
Responding to all of our questions and coming to present to the mayor and council. We are here to be good partners in this public health emergency, and so please give our regards to Dr. Collins, to the Board of Supervisors, and to the entire administrative team, and appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Bear. Thank you, Councilman. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And before we leave this item, I'd just like to allow the city manager to give us an update on the testing requirements for unvaccinated employees. Mr. Manager, all yours.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. As you know, we have been watching and tracking not only the Pima County Health Department directives, but also the guidance by CDC. We know that the guidance has recently changed, and at least they're giving us the guidance, or they're saying that the transmission is pretty much the same. There's not a meaningful difference between those that are vaccinated, those that are unvaccinated. So it is my intent to end the mandatory testing of the unvaccinated employees. And I would end that at this next current testing cycle that we're in. I think it's important to note that it is my intent to continue to watch that guidance from CDC and modify that direction based on that guidance, including other and additional mitigation measures, masking, etc. I have been working with the staff pretty much today to revise the administrative directive and outline the guidance for employees that is consistent with the guidance from CDC, not only on testing, but also on masking and return to work policies. So there has been an evolution there. As you know, today it's 5 days from either a positive test or symptoms without them declining. So there's some definitions that we want to make sure of. I will continue to suggest and recommend that all frontline workers get tested and continue to test, particularly those that are in contact with the public. My hope and expectation is that they will take that seriously and get that testing done, as well as those that are symptomatic. I want to make sure that there's capacity for our city employees that are symptomatic, as well as their families. I want to continue. We've had a great relationship with our vendor, and I want to make sure that we have the capacity there for continuing to test those that are symptomatic, as well as family members of our employees. So with that, Mayor, I just wanted to let you know that is my intent after this current testing cycle is complete. With regard to how many employees actually have been vaccinated from the start of the testing, very few have in terms of additional vaccinations. So I'm suspecting that those that have filed for exemptions or accommodations will not be getting vaccinated at this point. Happy to answer questions, Mayor.
So, Mr. Ortega, I'm wondering how we, especially those that files for exemptions and are unvaccinated, how do we keep track of you know, that they are not, what we are just heard from Ms. Collins is that those that are unvaccinated are not just getting the majority of the Omicron variant COVID-19, but are the ones that are going to the hospital the most. So how do we, that's what we want to avoid. So how do we do this in terms of keeping an eye on those unvaccinated employees?
Sure. Well, certainly, Mayor, those that tested during the last 3 weeks that tested positive, we obviously have that information and that data. Keep in mind that the CDC guidelines also suggest that if you test positive, you test for 90 days based on the potential of false positives, et cetera. With regard to the hospitalization or utilization of the hospitals, that's a little difficult to track, to be honest with you, just simply from a HIPAA standpoint, and I may not have access to that, but I can look at what we can do to structure, getting that information. Please.
Councilmember Kozaczek? And then Mike, I don't know if you'd like to jump in before my colleagues start asking questions.
Well, I was just going to follow up what the manager just said with respect to the employees and keeping track. The obligation for employees to refrain from reporting to work if they are symptomatic, regardless of their vaccination status, will remain in place. And they have an obligation to report to the employer that they are symptomatic for the virus. And as the manager just described, those employees continue to be encouraged to test going forward, and the capacity, as the manager mentioned, will be made available to those employees and to their families. In addition, we have reporting requirements that we will continue to track through the risk manager's office relating to exposures and any reported illness of any employee, because we have to maintain those records for OSHA purposes, if nothing else, as well as our own risk management tracking. So we will continue to track that information, and that's not going to change.
Alrighty, and I did see Councilmember Kozaczek's hand up. Did you still have a question?
Well, it's more of a comment. I just want to be on record as taking exception to a few of the things that were said. First of all, the CDC guidelines do not say people are equally likely to become infected if they're vaccinated or unvaccinated. In fact, the CDC says that unvaccinated adults are 3 to 5 times more likely to get Omicron infection if they're as compared to vaccinated. So that's one point that I disagree with. Secondly, we just heard Jen Mullins point out that in Pima County, people are 18 times more likely to be hospitalized if they're unvaccinated. Those are outcomes, and those outcomes have costs, not only dollar costs, they have costs in terms of the impact on our healthcare workers and the healthcare system. She just pointed out the fact that we've run out of beds in Pima County. And as the national CDC director said some time ago, this is a surge of the unvaccinated. And so I do not agree with the notion that people are equally likely to get Omicron if they're vaccinated or unvaccinated. I don't agree with the policy change, and just want to be on record as having taken that position. And there's no small irony that the city manager is announcing this change as he's coming out of his own quarantine for having been infected with COVID.
Councilmember Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to interpret what the city manager was saying, but what I believe he was saying is that it's transmissibility of COVID, whether you're vaccinated or not necessarily getting the virus, whether you're vaccinated or not. Is that what you were stating, Mr. Ortega?
That's correct. I apologize if I didn't use that word, but it was my intent to differentiate the transmissibility, as I believe the CDC was talking about. Thank you.
I'm just glad I said that word right, because I wasn't even sure if it was the right way of saying it. It's a big word. But no, I understand that this is a really difficult decision to make for you, Mr. Ortega, and I mentioned at our last meeting exactly my concerns about testing capacity. I know that the FEMA pop-up clinic, I think I saw in the news, had like 2,000 people that got tested on Saturday. So clearly there's a huge demand for testing for people that are symptomatic. It's still pretty difficult to find tests. So I understand your logic in trying to take some of the burden off of the overall testing system as well and look at it as a whole. So I just wanted to acknowledge my understanding of your thought process there and your logic going into it. So that's all I wanted to say, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Mr. Rankin, did you have your hand up? Did you want to include anything else?
Mayor, really, I was just going to go back to what Councilmember Lee addressed and the manager pointed in. I don't have any disagreements with the fundamental points Councilmember Kozaczek was making. It's really the evolution in the guidance we're seeing from CDC, including most recently from what was published by the CDC on January 21st, and that you probably all saw reported on over the weekend on pretty much every news outlet, was really that the diminishing VE or vaccine effectiveness, not so much with respect to preventing serious illness and hospitalization, where thankfully, the vaccine effectiveness is still strong, but in the waning protectiveness of the vaccines with respect to preventing infection and then transmission of those infections to coworkers or other people that are close to you. And so what you're seeing in the guidance is reduction or elimination in the distinctions between vaccinated and unvaccinated or not up to date in vaccine status with respect to what you're supposed to do after an exposure or what you're supposed to do after a positive test, how long you're supposed to isolate, etc. And so those are the types of statements of guidance that the manager was referring to.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And again, I agree with Councilmember Kozaczek in terms of the feeling of, the unvaccinated are filling out our hospitals. So we have a responsibility as leaders of the city to continue providing information to our constituents and Tucson residents of where the vaccination sites are. And continue encouraging, especially what we heard from Pima County Health Department right now, that there are census tracts that have much more either don't have access to vaccination or much more hesitancy. And so I am not far away from what Councilmember Kozaczek's feelings are about those that have chosen to not get a vaccine, but I've always believed in following CDC guidelines, and we have to continue evolving the directions that we have as a city. So I absolutely understand the direction that we have to go in. And thank you, Mr. Ortega and Mr. Rankin, for the explanation and the consistent reliance on public health experts. With that, I think we have to move on to the next item. For time's sake, we will move on to item 4. Time has been set aside for a continued discussion of the American Rescue Plan. And before we hand it over to our Deputy City Manager, Liana Perez, I just wanted to frame the conversation that we have in front of us. You know, as we start this conversation, we've had a really long conversation as a mayor and council about how we use the federal American Rescue Plan dollars. We decided on a framework of focusing on transformative change in our community, a long-term strategy, which focuses on areas of high need and our most vulnerable communities. And as we just heard in the previous conversation from Ms. Mullins, that zip codes and census tracts in this community, throughout the community, there are pockets of poverty throughout the city of Tucson. Those are the same areas that are being attacked with COVID-19, and those are areas that have long been disenfranchised and underinvested in. And so part of the framework that we decided as a mayor and council is that we wanted to invest in those areas so it could be long-term change. Under the leadership of Deputy City Manager Liana Perez and city staff, guided by the framework of the mayor and council, we're poised as a city to invest in these historic funds provided by the federal government to make a difference for Tucsonans. So our framework directed city staff to prioritize investing in areas of our city with populations that have been historically disinvested in, and focus on providing services and resources that address the root causes of these challenges. And part of the challenges are and continue to be public health, poverty, crime, and other issues that have been happening for generations. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to Liana Perez, which will do a small presentation, and then we'll allow her to present, and then I'll open it up for questions. With that, Liana, it's your floor.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Good afternoon. We are certainly at an exciting time in this process. Today, we want to provide you with an update on the application process and the number of applications we've received. Many of the slides in the presentation today are really for your reference only, based on the direction that you have previously provided to staff. So I don't necessarily want to revisit all of this information. It's there for your reference. So if I could have the slides, please. Thank you, Jeff. If we could go to the second slide. So I really just want to echo the mayor's comments and really her, go back one, Jeff, please. The mayor's comments and her quote here actually reflect the impact and the magnitude of this funding source. $134 million will have a significant impact to our community. And I really just like to take a moment to acknowledge the Biden administration and our local congressional delegation for making this funding possible, because it will make a difference in our community. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Just as a brief reminder, these are the categories that were outlined by Mayor and Council when we started this process. The 4 categories, they're for your reference: the relief for families and essential and frontline workers, small businesses, the workforce and youth development, and the community reinvestment and recovery, including parks, arts, and culture. And then, of course, one of the very important pillars to this, promoting affordable and stable housing. So those are the 4 categories. Next slide, please. Next. Just kind of a reminder on the eligibility. Again, this is for your reference. It applies to nonprofits, businesses as well. And those are all of the eligibility criteria there. These have been the guiding principles. Of course, the eligibility is defined by the Treasury guidance that we received. We actually, just a couple of weeks ago, received the final rule, if you will, from the Treasury guidance. It has not really changed significantly. There was clarification in some of the areas, and we're using that guidance as we're going through the process of reviewing the applications. So if we could go to slide number 7, I believe, the application process. So we opened the application process on Monday, December the 13th. We closed the initial round of applications submittals on January 18th. So as a reminder, the applications are reviewed really, we say 3 these categories, the pass or fail, the first one, that first bullet there is the City of Tucson requirements. And with respect to the pass or fail is, does the application actually fall within the federal guidelines as a potential funding source or a potential eligibility, as well as is the application complete. In the process, I just want to acknowledge that the way the portal was set up, individuals or organizations could submit their application and come back to it. They didn't have to fill it all out completely at the time that they first started the process. There was the ability to go in and out of the application to ensure that it was complete. So those were part of the things that we were looking in the category of the pass fail, the completeness of the application, the equity lens that we are reviewing the application for using the equity tool that we shared with you a couple of meetings ago. The viability of the program or also in the viability to be able to, or probability rather, to leverage their application being proposed with other resources or other organizations as part of the review process as well, and the innovation of the program being proposed. So I do need to correct on the dates here. We are in the process of reviewing the applications. I will tell you that the closing date for the applications was January 18th, and we received 95% of the applications on that closing date. So we are pushing that notification out a little bit to allow staff the time to thoroughly review the applications. We have noticed in some cases, particularly with some of the grassroots organizations that have submitted applications, we want to ensure that they had a good understanding of the questions that were being asked them. We are doing some follow-up on some of the applications. We don't want to discount or dismiss a potential viable good application just because there is something missing. So we are doing our due diligence and following up with some of those applications that we feel will be worthy of being impactful, and we want to make sure that we give them every opportunity to be successful throughout the rest of the process. So we are moving that February 2nd date to February 18th, as I said, because the majority of these applications came in on that last day. So if I could go to the next slide, please. So just a reminder, this is all over our website with respect to the application. So I believe, excuse me, I believe early on we told Mayor and Council that that we would have this first round of applications for the first round, but we would leave this information up there because there is that possibility that not all of the applications are viable, and we may have dedicated funding in the separate categories that still may be available after this first round of reviews. So all that information is still out there, those links on the website. So to the slide as far as the general requirements, just again as a reminder, the applications were submitted during. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Hold on just a second, Liana. Again, let's hear the presentation. Let Liana finish the presentation, and then we can open it up for questions. Go ahead, Liana.
Thank you, Mayor. So the requirements, the applications were all submitted to the Zoom portal. We had city staff answering questions and responding to actually making one-on-one appointments with individuals or organizations that had specific questions about the process. We requested that one of the minimum baseline was that the application be $10,000 or greater. We also adjusted based on the feedback we got from the CARES funding as far as the overhead costs. We wanted to make sure that we were clear about the percentage of that with respect to the amount of funding that they were applying for. And then, of course, that the project or program must align with ARPA eligible uses in order for our continued consideration. So the next slide is really just a reminder of mayor and council's requirements as far, and the mayor outlined these at the beginning as far as, I'll go through a couple of them. Recovery for all, especially those communities that were hardest hit. We are looking for long-term transformative programs. And as if you'll recall from our prior conversations and presentations, many of these programs, we hope that they are successful and that we can continue to support them long after this funding is distributed in the next 4 years of the $134 million that we have to distribute. So if we can go to slide, I believe it's slide number 14. I just want to let Mayor and Council know as far as what the different phases of the application review. So phase 1 is obviously, as I stated, the review is being completed by the business services, the grants management team. So those are basically and I want to say, if I can back up here, these applications are being blindly reviewed. In other words, the teams that are reviewing them do not know the name of the organizations or businesses that are applying for the grant. We want to be fair and transparent with the process. So the best way to do that was to blindly review the application. So phase 1 is the eligibility. Obviously, if they meet the Treasury guidelines, if the application was complete, if we have all the information there. These are from our business services management team, who is used to working with federal grants. Is all the information being provided on the application. Phase 2, again, that's the equity process. The equity tool that we shared with you previously, this is also a blind review completed by different members of our equity review team for this process. And then phase 3 is really the feasibility. So we want to ensure that whatever is being presented or proposed is doable based on how it is being submitted. And so we are using subject matter experts from, when we say functionally related departments, Laura from our parks director is, as an example, is looking at some of the projects that would most be some in coordination with parks programs, but others that are standalone programs as far as the feasibility of some of these programs. That's just an example. I haven't seen any of the applications, so I can't tell you exactly what they are at this point. If we could go to the support available slide, Jeff, thank you. So just to let you know, some of the support that we offered, I mentioned these. We did have the informational workshops. We had a couple of those in December. We had some additional ones in January. We had appointments. Those are the appointment times that we had for individuals, because we recognize that everybody's questions may not all be the same. Everybody's situations may have been different. So we wanted to make sure that we made time to answer all those questions. We have the resource phone line and information still out there on the website. And then we had the email address where individuals could submit those questions to us individually to ask, to provide guidance and direction. Wanted to give you, I believe it's on the next slide, Jeff. Just wanted to give you an update on the numbers. So as of the time that we loaded this presentation to meet our deadline for materials for mayor and council distribution, these were the numbers. So this was before the actual cutoff time of the application. So I will tell you, as of the 18th of January, we have received 141 completed applications, and the total ask of those applications is $32.8 million. And if you recall, based on Mayor and Council's direction and allotment for this first year, With our community partner grants, we have approximately $10.1 million that we have allocated for this first year. I will tell you that based on the numbers that I have received from staff as far as the categories under which they are applying are pretty much very balanced. For example, we've received 30 applications in the relief for families category, 66 in community reinvestment, 31 in workforce development, and 13 for affordable housing. So they're very mixed and across the board. A reminder, gentle reminder to Mayor and Council, you do still have, I'll have your $300,000 ward allocation. I do recognize that many of you may be also waiting to see which programs or applications actually get approved to move forward. So you may want to reserve your individual funding allocations until you determine which programs may not have been funded. That's perfectly fine to do. We are able to assist. We will be sending out another email today or tomorrow with some additional guidance, because there has been some questions from the ward office on the use of your individual allocations, and we're happy to help you with that as well. So with that, Mayor, that's the end of my presentation, but I know that we probably have some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Liana. Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Liana. I want to congratulate you on the work you've done. It's really admirable. You already got moving on this thing so quickly. Thank you so much. And there's a lot of needs out there, a lot of concerns. I want to thank you for your efforts. Now, are you going to be able to send us by ward breakdown so that we can understand? So we, like you said, we have 300,000 in the bowls that we could help with the gaps, like PCIC, the JTID folks, and everybody's asking for federal funding, more funding. Because they, last year there was a downturn, so they're hurting. Yeah, I was going to ask you, if the rodeo committee wanted to apply for this, could they, the parade is the 97th year, are they eligible to do that? They're a nonprofit, they're a business.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. They would be eligible as a nonprofit to apply for funding directly through this process, or it is something that you can also fund through your ward allocations as well. Because as a nonprofit, they would be applying under a nonprofit that may have had significant losses or impacts from COVID. So I'm not, I don't want to overstate or understate the significance of obviously the organization that supports and promotes the rodeo parade, but that would have to be determined as to that financial impact that they have had as a result of the pandemic.
You said they're going through 3 separate committees. What is the makeup of the committees? Who's on those committees? And can we have Ward 5 personnel or a representative from each ward sit on the committee, also make up a committee?
So, Councilmember Fimbres, the committees have already been determined internally, and we are using staff from different departments that are very familiar with similar projects as subject matter experts. We wanted to ensure that the award process wasn't compromised by any undue influence of any particular elected officials, to kind of keep you whole, so to speak. That these are, again, like I said, they're being blindly rated for not just the equity score, but the feasibility as well. Certainly, anything that you want to fund with your own funds, that is your decision. But this decision was made a couple of meetings ago. I don't know, Mayor, you're nodding your head if you wanted to add anything to.
Yeah, well, we talked about it at this table for the interest of transparency and an unbiased look, that the proposals were going to be graded blindly with the framework that Mayor and Council decided upon, as well as the equity tool that was created by staff. So I frankly much rather and prefer on my own to have an unbiased and transparent process for how we decide in terms of this funding. Most importantly, I think we really have to make sure that the areas of need and the framework as defined by mayor and council is what is going to be invested on.
Okay, good, because there's a lot of need in Ward 5 and Ward 1 and Ward 3 and Ward 6. And Madam, okay, so what's the maximum grant availability for somebody at a larger scale? In your, can they apply for $1 million? Okay, what's the cap at?
Councilmember Fimbres, I don't believe we put a cap on it. So there, there may be, because we also wanted to allow for opportunities for organizations to leverage with, so there may have been multiple agencies that jointly submitted an application and are actually leveraging some of their own dollars that they have may be receiving. So we did not put a cap on the max.
Thank you, Leon, and thank you for your efforts.
Thank
That's
you.
all I got, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cunningham, and any others, because then we're going to have to move on to the next item.
Okay,
Councilmember Cunningham.
So we have 30 applications for family relief for families. We have 30 applications. Is that correct?
For that category, Councilmember, the category of.
What's the total on that? Do we have a number on the total of dollars asked?
I don't have a total for that one.
And then
the dollar total.
And then I'd be interested to know on, remind me of how much of the 10.1 was set aside for family relief. So that would be my first question. So in other words, I'd really like to know if we've got 30 family relief grants that meet the criteria and it's under the total number, then I'd kind of like to know, you know what I mean? That we've got 66 community reinvestment grants. Again, I know that's not the lion's share. I know that's, from what I remember, that's less than $1 million, right?
Correct.
And the recommended number was $25,000 or under, if I remember correct. That we're not going to make it. So I'm kind of just going over the numbers because we might be able to do some stuff here. There's 31 for workforce development, and I'd really like to know the total and what we set aside for that number. And then I'd like to know the 13 affordable housing. We actually set a higher percentage of the lion's share of the 10.1 went to affordable housing, if I remember correctly. So I'm kind of interested to see what we got out of it. And by the way, if it doesn't maximize it, let's go back to the drawing board. If we got grants that we don't want to fund because they don't make sense, then let's go back to those partners and go, this is what we really need you to do. I mean, we've got to be able to get it right. I don't want to award grant money for the sake of awarding grant money. And that's kind of what, where I'm at. So that's the biggest thing, but we've got to have a better understanding of, if you're one of the 30 family relief grants and there's $1 million set aside and only $700,000 was requested, then you've got to be feeling pretty good. And that would be really helpful for the potential grantees, be really helpful for the community, and it'd be helpful for the council to know that. So I'd ask that we get those numbers kind of after the fact. That'd be a little helpful. The other thing I'd say is that I think it's really important that, every single time we do this stuff, and I'm guilty of it too. I'm not trying to call anybody out here. We get really provincial about, hey, my ward didn't get this much or this ward didn't get that much. I don't think that's really what we're doing right now. What we really need to be talking about is what's going to help us citywide, what's a good idea. There's certain things where, you got a business that's applying for loans, and that's a different category, especially in the community workforce part. In the workforce development piece. But when we're really talking about affordable housing, and we're really talking about family relief or better yet, community reinvestment, what we really need to be talking about is which program is the best for Tucson and which program helps the people who are most in need in Tucson, which program has the biggest and most wide net in Tucson. And so I really think this is a really good opportunity for us, but I want to be sure that we get some of the things in advance. And again, with all due respect to the people on the committee and the people you've got on the committee, which I think is great, as the city council, ultimately, we have to check their work. Just like as a teacher, I check kids' work every day. We have to check their work because in some cases it may not be the best. We were elected to represent everybody, and we got to make sure we're getting the right resources there. My last question is about you had 19 grants on the 14th, and then you have 141 eligible grants on the 18th. My question on that one is, I hear you're going back and helping some people fix their grant application is what it sounds like, correct?
We're asking them to clarify some things on their application, not because it has to be fixed or they were incorrect. There's additional clarification that we would need on some of the applications.
And I'm very good on the clarifications, but my big thing is that I don't want us going to a grantee who didn't get their stuff together and rewriting their grant for them so they can get granted. And so I know that you're not going to do that, but somebody's got to say it. Someone's going to say it, so I get to be the bad guy today. But the bottom line is that I think it's really not fair to the people who had their stuff together, took care of they made it a priority to get their grant in on time and complete, and sans a few minor clarifications. Now they get beat out because someone else seemed to have a better idea, but they weren't ready and they didn't get it together. Yeah. And then last but not least, again, I want to go back to my first point, which is, look, if the grant doesn't make sense for us, we don't need to fund all the money for the sake of funding all the money. We can always go back and look at having parks apply for some of this money, partnering with TUSD. Lord knows I'd love for TUSD to partner. And I got to say, in full disclosure, I do work for that organization, but still, our school districts need help. They need help every day. Our park system needs help. It needs help every day. Our youth development and after school programs need help, and they need help every day. And obviously, everybody knows I'm going to say this, our youth athletics programs, they need help, and they need help every day. So that's kind of my soapbox. I'm sorry for going a little long-winded here, but I thought it needed to be said. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. We always need to make sure that you're all feeling good about the process. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and then we're going to have to move on to the next item.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question for Liana did we land on having a working definition when talking about equity for the city? I guess I'm not so concerned about who's on the review team as much as are we using common language that they can understand? And then was there any consideration for there to also be some community members? I don't necessarily think, it needs to be council officers, but, community members sitting in at any, point of looking through the applications. And then I think the other question I had was, I think I can see that, I guess I don't know if y'all will have access to this, or at least the people, looking through the applications, if there will be a breakdown of the communities intended to be served. And especially when you're looking, at like minoritized groups, women, veteran-led organizations, are those demographics that will be shared with these review committees?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All great questions. Yes, to the equity question, it is the definition is the one that we landed on with the assistance from your office with respect to it's built into the actual equity tool. I can send that back out to you and share it with you. And the equity tool also asks the questions with respect to population served, demographics served. All of those are part of the evaluation process built into the application and the equity lens, if you will, of how the applications are being reviewed. So certainly those are things that we can provide you with that. And that is what the committee is going to also be reviewing as they're rating them. As a reminder, I must say too, there is that opportunity. Also, all the applicants know that one of the questions is going to be measurability, right? How do we measure the impactfulness of the application itself? Even once they are awarded, the reporting piece is going to be important also, because if you recall, Mayor and Council, we're going to do this again pretty soon. When we get the next go around, you will have the ability to also adjust based on the performance of some of these applications that get awarded. If based on the reporting, if you feel that they did not perform or weren't as impactful as they were intended, or as we hope they would be, you will have the opportunity to pivot and reallocate the funds in a different manner at that point. As to your question, Vice Mayor, about the community members, we did discuss that early on, but I believe that the opinion, the feeling was that it may just delay the process a little bit longer. I know that, I'm confident in the staff that we have determined to use to do the evaluations, that we will get to where we need to be with respect to having these fairly reviewed to address all the direction that we received from Mayor and Council in the beginning of these conversations.
So, Liana, just to follow up on that particular concern, correct? Because I have these concerns and questions as well in terms of like, are these funds going to go to the right organizations that have evidence-based models, and that we will actually get the outcomes that we are looking for, right? The transformative investments that we want. So I have my my concerns as well. But I absolutely 100% trust the team that Liana has put together, the framework that Mayor and Council approved, and really the evidence, the data that we have. So in other words, we have data on our, we've been doing this work for a long time, correct? So we're hoping that the zip codes and the census tracts that have been affected most by COVID-19, the place network investigation information that we have in terms of where the pockets of crime that is happening in the city of Tucson and those zip codes. And then of course, the stress maps that have been most currently, I think a year, maybe 2 years ago, have been updated that show the need. And so I 100% fully trust that those decisions are going to be looked at thoroughly and applied to those that will be receiving the funds that have some track record of success. Councilmember Cunningham, you have your hand up again. I don't know if it was from the previous time. Okay. You're on mute. I think he went. Oh, you're still on mute.
Dang it, I hate it when I do that. Are we allowed, so just point of like clarification, are we allowed to request copies of all the applications or not? I'm curious about that. I thought we're not allowed to have access to those, are we?
At this point in the
Mr.
process,
Ortega?
I would not recommend it.
All right.
I wouldn't either. But Mr. Ortega, I think you jumped into the camera. Did you want to add something?
I did that by design. Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, part of the review process to keep it pure, if you will, is that blind review, and sharing that information at this point would not be appropriate. Certainly after the awards are made, happy to share that with you. Again, we're really working hard to encapsulate the direction that you all provided, use that to make sure that the awards all happen to where the biggest need is, and quite frankly, those that are able to articulate their need in their application.
No worries, I totally understand. I was just curious.
Totally. Thank you so much, Liana, Mr. City Manager. I know, Liana, you and your team have been working diligently and very, very hard to make this the fairest process possible. We really appreciate it. And again, I want to recognize the Biden administration our congressional delegation, especially those that voted for the American Rescue Plan dollars. It's very important as we still see the numbers of COVID going up, our economy being damaged, and families in need. So with that, what I'd like to do next is give you all a 5-minute, very quick restroom break because we've been at it since 1. And then come back and we will start with item 5, which is our transportation funding initiative. So 5 minutes, restroom break, and we can all come back at 3:10. a quorum with us. I do see Councilmember Kozachik as well as Dahl, Councilmember Liam Fimbres. I do see Councilmember Cunningham is on, but I don't know if he's there. And then wanted to see if the Vice Mayor is with us. And Mr. Clerk?
I showed the Vice Mayor logged on, Your Honor, but I'm not sure if she's actually on yet.
Alrighty. We'll wait a small minute. Alrighty, well, let's reconvene the study session and move on to item 5. Mr. Clerk, just to verify, you are recording the session, correct?
We are, Your Honor, yes.
Alrighty, so we move on to item 5. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to continue discussion of transportation funding options for the future. Before I hand off this item to our city manager so he could do his presentation and continue to lead us through his thoughts, I just wanted to make sure that that I open kind of creating a framework again of where we are as a city and what our transportation and mobility needs are. The city of Tucson has failing conditions throughout the city of Tucson in terms of neighborhood streets and roads, and this has been happening for decades. So the needs of our city in terms of neighborhood streets and roads is more than $600 million worth of needs. And it hasn't just happened in the last 2 years. This has been happening for decades. Anyone who drives or bikes on our streets know this. So we want to make sure that Tucson residents know that Mayor and Council, the city manager, and the city of Tucson, we're not alone, right? The Mayor and Council has talked about before a half-cent sales tax. And we're at the point where this year that half sales tax expires. So last year, talking about making sure that Mayor and Council are investing in our roads and our streets. Last year, Mayor and Council doubled the amount of money we invest in repairing local roads, an investment we have already committed funds to for next year. Now, what we are considering is taking the historic step of committing general fund dollars to fund road repairs, which is a step that no prior mayor and council has done before. No matter which of our options for a local sales tax extension moves forward in the near future, the city manager's memo outlines a plan to dedicate approximately $25 million from our general fund and our highway user revenue fund that can be used to address road repairs and safety. However, this is simply not enough. We will need additional support from Tucson voters. So 85% of our residential streets are in poor or failed condition. It will cost approximately $600 million to fix all of our residential roads. But I believe that the time has come to fix every single one of our neighborhood roads. We can do this with investments from the general fund, from the highway user revenue fund, and an extension of our sales tax initiative. The problem will just get more expensive and more difficult if we wait any longer. I want to reiterate that the need to fix our streets is important to Tucson residents, to the mayor and council, and to everyone who drives on our streets. The magnitude of this need is great, and we must act, and we must act sooner rather than later. And by committing general fund dollars and highway user revenue fund dollars to road repair and safety, we will free up capacity to invest in our multimodal complete and safe streets investments through a sales tax extension. Our local road repair and safety needs are separate and distinct from a regional transportation conversation. And to be perfectly frank, my ideal scenario is to have the city of Tucson work with the Regional Transportation Authority and the PAG into the future, including participating in an RTA Next and running our own city initiative to take care of our local roads and neighborhood streets and the safety issues that we have on our roads. It's a multimodal approach that the city of Tucson and its residents should find a solution for. But in order for all of this to work, for the city of Tucson to work in collaboration with the PAG RTA, we need to make sure that we have fair representation at PAG RTA, that I am willing to, in a spirit of collaboration, support Supervisor Rex Scott's proposal on weighted voting in PAG. And we need to make sure that we have a clear plan, a blueprint for fully funding all City of Tucson's remaining projects in the RTA. And this is going to be a win-win-win. Win for the residents of the city of Tucson and our city, a win for our regional efforts, and a win because we will hopefully this Thursday be deciding on how we move forward in a regional collaborative manner. Otherwise, if necessary, we should be able to talk about a plan B for the city of Tucson to run a broader initiative that comprehensively addresses all of our transportation needs on our own. So I just wanted to make sure that we opened up the discussion distinguishing from our transportation needs and our mobility needs and the conversation regarding the Regional Transportation Authority. So with that, I'd like to pass the microphone over to our city manager to open up this item.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So I took a fair amount of time and tried to articulate for you in my memorandum and the communication some thoughts with regard to funding for transportation. So I won't reiterate that. I'll go into some highlights in a minute. But I think, Mayor, the way that you framed it is extremely important. And I'd like to add to that. First and foremost, I think there needs to be a recognition of the magnitude of the challenge that we face. And this is not a 2022 challenge by itself. This is a challenge that has been, we've talked about this many times. We can get into all sorts of discussion about how the lack of HERF, lack of gas tax money, the lack of, just pick it, right? And so, as I've told you before many times, the solution for Tucson, Arizona is a local solution. That's really the only way that I see this working. And local means local within the city and local within the region. And so we'll talk through that in a minute. But I also think that it's important that we recognize this is a quality of life issue. And the quality of life is not just for the residential component, but also the commercial, the ability to do business. So it becomes an economic development conversation. And ultimately, a local solution has to be a confidence, a vote of confidence from the voter that we can deliver on our promise. I think that when Prop 409 was taken to the voters, when Prop 101 was taken to the voters, that was the fundamental basis for those conversations with the community, and they entrusted us with their dollars. And and you all know this. It's on the website. Our delivery of those programs has been amazing, and I think we have demonstrated that confidence is well placed, and is something that can carry the day. With Prop 407, same thing, and we have done, in my opinion, a great job of tracking this, keeping it up to date on the website, making sure that people understand where their dollars are going. So now let's talk more specifically about some of the concepts that I outlined for you. So I gave you options. At the last meeting, you had asked for the whole gamut, right? From a quarter to 1 cent. I gave you a little spreadsheet there that outlines that. That's very simplistic. And if you gave further direction either today or in the future, I can pull those numbers down a little more. But basically, the kind of the piece that I looked at was a half cent for 10 years. What's the average revenue of that? And then everything else comes off of that. Okay. And so when you look at those dollars, we may not, in the first year, I may not get 74 million, but over the course of an average of 10 years, I will get 74 million based on my projections. So I just want to make sure I point that out. I did say that in the materials, but I want to make sure we point that out. A couple other things that I think are important to point out. One, I did not focus on public safety, which is a current component of Prop 101. That was by design for two reasons. One, the focal point for this conversation has been the RTA and PAG, transportation related. Wanted to make sure I gave you options so that you would have that before the February 1 date that you had established. The second is as I mentioned in the materials and prior, because of the investment in the general fund or from the general fund in both capital as well as ongoing operations, I believe that we can fund a big part of the public safety needs. Now, is it perfect? Absolutely not. But keeping in mind that as we went to the voters 5 years ago now, we told them that we were going to build up capacity in the general fund for some of those public safety needs. Well, through your leadership and through the accumulation of some of our fund balance, we can do that. Now, it's not perfect. It doesn't fund every possible need out there, but we had a lot of catch up to do. Just to refresh your memory, when we started Prop 101, there was a lot of catch up to do with facilities and vehicles and apparatus and so forth. We've got a game plan to move that forward. Obviously, depending on the chemistry of the future ask of the voter, we want to have a conversation around that, but I throw that out to you. The last thing that I'll leave you with is, Mayor, as you mentioned, about 85% of our roads, our residential roads, are in failed, poor or failed condition. That's not going to get any better. So the longer that we wait, the worse that number will get, the higher that number will get, and the more expensive it becomes. My suggestion, my recommendation is that we set a target of touching every residential road within the next 10 years. In my opinion, it's doable, given the capacity of our industries, given the capacity of our staffing levels. And that's a tall order to explain that to a voter that your road will be touched within the next 10 years. 10 years is a long time. Fortunately, the magnitude of the situation that we face is such that we probably can't do it much sooner than that, even with a higher sales tax number. If you saw in my commentary, even increasing it to 3/4 or a full cent, the best I think I can do is a 7 to 10 year window. And I think 7 is extremely optimistic. 10 is, still tough, but probably doable. And so I'm suggesting that the council focus on a 10-year horizon. So Mayor, with that, I've been long-winded, happy to answer questions. I can go into any aspect of this in more detail if you'd like. I think, again, the memo is self-explanatory, and I would be looking for some guidance going forward. And I know, Mayor, you have your RTA meeting on Thursday, and as you mentioned in your commentary, we will see what the outcome of that is before other steps are taken. Thank you, Mayor.
Alrighty, well, I'd like to open up the conversation to my colleagues on the council. I'm positive you've all read the memo from our city manager, and you all are very well aware of our needs, first and foremost, and our concerns regarding PAG RTA. So I'll open it up with Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Kozaczek, and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your leadership on transportation and roads. And Mr. City Manager, that was an excellent memo. It was so clear to read and understand. And it is difficult to understand that the industry just isn't able to, if we had all the money in the world, to fix the streets as fast as we would like it. When I was on the campaign trail this last year, this was a constant topic. It would be simply people pointing to the pothole in front of their street, or more sophisticatedly thinking, why are Tucson streets so poor when in parts of Pima County, in the foothills and in Oro Valley, they're awfully smooth and well maintained, making the connection in some people's mind that it's the RTA. And I think we need to, I'm not going to say fall on our sword or go to the mat on this, because I was chastised during my campaign for saying that, but I think we need to be tough. We need the weighted voting or some sort of fair representation for us to go forward with this process. And like you said, Madam Mayor, it would be best to cooperate. In the best of all possible worlds, we figure out how to do this together. And I'm hoping with your leadership Thursday that happens. You know, the tail end of the current RTA is falling hard in my ward. You know, I live close to the donut hole part of Grant Road that hasn't been completed yet. There's a lot of concern of businesses and residents along First Avenue that it turns out there's no need for the additional lanes based on current knowledge of traffic patterns, as opposed to what was projected 20 years ago. But it's still a pretty unsafe street. There's a lot of deaths and a lot of traffic accidents along that street. So using RT money to make it a complete street, an arterial, is what people are asking for. And it's not clear that we will get that with the current ability to represent our needs in RTA. So I'm with you guys on this. Let's figure out a way to touch every street in 10 years. Just sounds wonderful to me. And I would hope and expect that there would be some additional money for complete streets, for making pedestrians safer, for making bicyclists safer, and the bike boulevards and bike trails, you know, I think are the most important to be as smooth and debris free as possible, and to provide other transit opportunities for people. Thank you. And I'm finished.
Thank you, Councilmember. Then we go on to Councilmember Kozaczek, then Councilmember Fimbres, and then the Vice Mayor.
So I have several thoughts. First of all, have we set a time for the special meeting on Monday the 31st yet?
I haven't, Councilmember Kozaczek, because in reality, I'm waiting for the meeting on Thursday at PAG RTA, and depending on what happens at that meeting, then we would have to decide as a council about the special meeting.
Well, based on the need to put something on the ballot for Prop 101 sometime, we're going to need to make a decision on that anyway. So sooner than later, so we can plan. And to that point, Mike Ortega, what do you need coming away from this meeting in terms of specificity, so that you can be ready on Monday when we have the conversation about what a ballot measure looks like?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek. So the framework, I've basically given you options. I've given you a variety of options, both in terms of the amount and the length of time. I would need some feedback on that, so that I could start working on the chemistry and the language of that going forward. Now, I had suggested that, you know, in various options, the three components of pavement, I'll use that term, and again, we'll define a lot of those as we get the language closer to bringing it back to you. So pavement, transit, and complete streets. So if that's still the issue or the chemistry that you would like to see as a council, I would need to at least have a general understanding of that so I can bring that back. My recommendation at this point would be a 0.5-cent sales tax for 10 years as a minimum, with maybe consideration for 15 or 20, just as an opportunity for you to consider. I wouldn't go necessarily with the 1/4 cent or the larger, the 3/4 or half, excuse me, 3/4 cent at this point. That would be my suggestion to you to consider.
Okay, well, let me get into some thoughts then. You're sort of making some of the points I was going to make. I think we're talking about two different things. We're talking about road repair, Prop 101, and we're talking about the 20-year transportation plan that the city has put in front of the RTA, our Move Tucson plan. We have a 0.5-cent sales tax right now that's about to expire, and our decision or our question is, what do we do with that? With respect to the city manager's memo, we use HERF dollars for a whole lot more than simply road repair. And so for us to dedicate all of it to pavement preservation, I think is a mistake. We use it for median work, we use it for relamping, we use it for all sorts of things on our roadways. So let's keep that in mind as we consider what our funding sources are. With respect to the PAG RTA meeting on the 27th, they have 3 agenda items that are particularly important. Number 1, they're talking about First Avenue, as Kevin just mentioned, and what they're going to be doing on that. Number 2, they're going to be talking about the funding generally. And by that, it is absolutely key that they recognize, written into their own bylaws, that inflation adjustments have always been a part of the RTA plan. And that's been forgotten. And they need to bring that up, and they need to take affirmative steps to recognize and affirm that on Thursday, because that is an issue that's worth tens of millions of dollars to the city of Tucson, because our projects were pushed back. Now, quite frankly, some of the members of the outlying areas were brought up the issue that, well, look, you got the streetcar at the front end, and you guys did the deal to backload your projects. The answer to that is there were 2 parts to that deal. Number 1 was the streetcar, well and good. Number 2 was inflation adjustments, so that 15 years later, we weren't looking at exploded budgets like what's happening on First Avenue. If they continue with that 6-lane option, it's nearly doubled from the 2006, and so for them to say, you got the streetcar, be happy with what you got, and now you pay for the rest of it, is just a total non-starter. So they're still pushing back against the inflation adjustments. They're also still micromanaging First Avenue, and we need to see some closure on both of those items on Thursday, because they're huge issues. They do appear to be ready to add 10 new members to the Citizens Advisory Committee, and that's where the guts of the RTA Next package is going to come from. So that could be a good step. I'd like to see them come to closure on that. They've got 10 people that they've suggested, and that's good. But again, to keep talking about it without acting on it is, we're at the time where we need to see them actually make some decisions and take some votes. And to be fair, the mayor's out there. It doesn't take all 8 of the rest of them to agree to this. It takes 4 of them. It takes a majority. And so 4 of their members need to step up and recognize that for the greater good and to keep the city of Tucson as a player, we need to take action on these things. I don't believe that they're going to get to the representation issue done. Rex Scott proposed an option where the city of Tucson gets 4 weighted votes or members, 4, county gets 3, and everybody else gets 1. That was his proposal, and I'd like to see him own that on Thursday and support it. And then I'd like to see 3 other members. I'm assuming that the mayor would support that as well, but 3 other members to jump on board. They should be okay with bodies as well, because there's no guarantee that that's going to be a block vote necessarily on a particular item. But either way, they need to have that discussion and revisit Supervisor Scott's own proposal. For our special meeting, we're going to need some really solid legal advice on whether a change in PAG representation automatically changes the RTA representation. And if that happens, does it require a governor's involvement, and does it require the state legislature's involvement? That's going to be important, because I don't want them involved in any of this, because I know several of, well, they'd love to blow this up because it's the city of Tucson, right? So we need some very solid legal advice for our special meeting on that. And circling back to the RTA meeting on the 27th, if there's any receptivity, as a part of their conversation about the 431 option, is there any receptivity in increasing our representation on either the technical management committee or the CART committee? So maybe we gain our voice and flexibility in funding decisions that way. Sorry to be bouncing back and forth, but this stream of consciousness, also for the special meeting, then I think staff needs to be prepared to brief mayor and council on who makes up those committees and how representatives are chosen, what authority they have. So don't assume that everybody on the mayor and council are well versed in kind of the intricacies of the RTA and PAG and how those decisions are made with and the importance of the subcommittees. What else? I'm not ready to jump ship. I really want to make this work, as the mayor has said. But some of them have made it pretty clear in recent op-eds that they don't really care if we're in or we're out. And some of them made it clear that they're not bending on any of the changes. That's unfortunate. None of them want to see the state legislature involved, and our RTA, even our friends on the RTA, don't want to see the state legislature or the governor involved. So there is an incentive for them to be really taking some affirmative steps within their legal bounds on Thursday. I'm also not prepared to jump ship if we don't have our own act together and our own plan. And that's the reason I asked Mike what specificity he needs. We could easily stick with our May vote, go half-cent, and give the PAG board a little more time to massage. But it depends on how concrete their conversation is and what votes they take on Thursday. That vote would be an extension of our current list. The half-cent sales tax would be an extension of our current list, and including our current bond advisory commission for oversight. But I don't believe that right now we're in a position to say we're going to go on our own or to jump ship. We need to see what they do on Thursday, and really be ready to react to that. Finally, this, and the reason I started this by mentioning that there's a distinction between the Prop 101 and the Move Tucson, is we have 37 pages of projects in Move Tucson. But what we put on the ballot can't be 37 pages of projects, and so I would really love to see us move on the half-cent, get that money in the bank. I think that we've got support from the voters on saying just fix the roads, do it. And again, depending on what the RTA group does on Thursday, make a decision next Monday whenever we meet on what we do with the Plan Tucson piece. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres, and then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Where do I start? Emphasizing how important it is for us to address our neighborhood streets is very important. That's what I heard in the campaign last year. Everybody was saying we give too much money to arterials. We have 407, 101, not 407. What was it? 101, 409. All gave money 80% to 20% and 60% to 40%. Arterials should be done in the last 10 years. We need to focus on residential. I hear people saying our thing should have been done 40 years ago and it still hasn't been done, our streets. So we're working on that. Pavement maintenance is a significant need for both the city of Tucson and Pima County. The city of Tucson is interested in being a strong regional partner to help lead bringing federal infrastructure dollars to our region. I know the mayor met with the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, and was talking to go do that extra mile, just like when Bob Walkup did the same thing when we got the Tiger 3 grant in Tucson. We have a need for finding a funding solution to meet the needs as well as to address the large needs we have called out in the Move Tucson plan. Inflation is critical. We have to make sure that those dollars are meeting the needs and our projects are off on timely basis. And then we have the staffing also is another challenge. As a member of the City Council, it is important for me and the residents of Tucson that I represent to make sure that there is fair representation of PAG, RTA on the committees such as CAC, CART, and TMC. Madam Mayor, you've done a yeoman's job. I'm interested to see what's going to happen on the 27th, excuse me. Then we're going to meet on 31st. But I really don't want to leave PAG because I think infrastructurally, arterials can be done and managed that way. We also look at the Tiger grants that are available still to the federal government. I know you've been working with our congressional delegation to move some of these things, and also with the Secretary of Transportation helping. I appreciate your efforts on that area, Madam Mayor. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you,
What do you need from us, Madam Mayor? What do you need from us?
Well, your support has been very clear. I think the council has spoken clearly in terms of our willingness to collaborate and compromise with the PAG RTA. Just like Councilmember Kasachik said, it is very, very unfortunate that other member jurisdictions are unwilling to take a step towards the middle, so we can save the RTA next. It is very unfair to ask the residents of the city of Tucson to make all of the concessions, especially when the residents of the city of Tucson produce almost 70% of the sales tax used for RTA projects. That is essentially what we have been saying for the last year and a half as a mayor and council. And so I've always really appreciated your support and solidarity in putting out the same message for the community and the residents to understand that we're fighting for their needs. And so you've been a great support, Councilmember Fimbres, and all my colleagues on the council. And yes, I have, before I go to the Vice Mayor, because I know that she has her hand up, I was at the U.S. Conference of Mayors last week, and Secretary Buttigieg met with 3 mayors. He requested to meet with 3 mayors from all of the mayors at the conference. And one of those mayors was Tucson, Arizona. So the Biden administration and the Secretary of Transportation are paying attention to Tucson and want to work with me and you and our residents to be able to bring our fair share of the federal infrastructure funds into our city. That's why it's so important that we find a solution to this inequity at the PAG RTA, correct? We want to, of course, ideally want to stay with the RTA next, but figure out a fair solution, figure out how they're going to pay for our remainder projects so that we can move forward and focus in the near future. We're living in a historic time of historic investment in infrastructure. We've got to get our act together as a region, because I believe that the city of Tucson has our act together. We have a blueprint that's called Move Tucson. So we've got our act together. We know what we want. Residents have told us what we need and what we want. And so that's, you know, that's, thank you for asking me those. That's what I think ideally we would like to move into towards Thursday's meeting with PAG RTA. Vice Mayor?
Madam Mayor, I'd be remiss if I did not also thank Mike Ortega for coming up with this proposal, helping us. I always say one city, one county, one community working together to improve the quality of life for all our citizens is critical. And we got to do that. Same thing with transportation. There's a lot of needs out there, because every time it rains or snow sleets, we have damage to our roads, and we got to work on that. The number of fatalities keep showing that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make sure that you feel, supported as you go into this next RTA meeting, with a clear directive. I know from my constituency, to continue to push for accountability, at the RTA board to present us how they're going to pay for our projects that are in the queue and how they're going to make those necessary changes for fair representation for our city. So I know that each meeting has been challenging and difficult conversations, but thank you for representing us and looking out for the residents of the city of Tucson. I think I know we kind of, are mixing the conversations together around the proposal that Mike put together, which also thank you, Mike and staff, for, the comprehensive information, how quickly y'all have, kept us informed of, what are some of the possibilities. I think similarly to what some of my colleagues said, there's at the regional level, we might be able to invest, in this bigger transportation plan that we have for the city of Tucson. But then at a very basic level, our neighbors have needs, in their neighborhood roads, repaving that. So I don't necessarily see them as like at odds, but more complementary. The one thing that I would ask, that as we're repaving the roads, what I heard from my constituency is safety related needs that come with repaving, especially in neighborhood roads, so that we're not just thinking about asphalt, but that we are, we get a lot of requests for speed humps and for speeding, mitigation. We get a lot of requests for sidewalks and lighting in our neighborhood streets, especially in areas that are darker. So I want to make sure that as we're thinking about the need of repaving our roads, that we're also thinking about the safety piece of it and connecting that this investment is for roads, road repair and road safety. But yeah, I'm thinking right now as we're looking at the time frame, but I don't necessarily think we need to be rushed, to get this out in May. I feel comfortable putting something out in November and really making sure we get all our ducks in a row before we go out to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do see Councilmember Cunningham's hand up, and I don't know, Steve, if you raised it again, but Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Cassatt.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wanted to, I saw Rex's proposal, Supervisor Scott's proposal, and I really want to say, I think we're in the right direction. So as I said 2 meetings ago, as I said a couple weeks ago, right now I'm really optimistic we're going to get done what we need to get done to put together a responsible package when it comes to the RTA. And I think that there's we got to be optimistic. At the same time, hey, we still have our nuclear option that we'll do if we can't get, something that's a good deal for Tucson. I don't see it running that way. The other thing that I'll say is that, and this is just for today's purposes, we still need to figure out what we're going to do in continuing with our road preservation. Look, I think we continue our $0.25, what we were doing before. I think we set that money aside somehow and really have it focus on residential road preservation, maybe a nod to cut public safety as well. I think we should be putting that package together irrespective or regardless of whether or not we're participating in RTA. I think they're kind of two separate issues at this point. I think we're seeing that. So that's kind of where I'm at. If we've got the weighted voted piece, I think that goes a long way with at least being able to recognize that the powers that be that are working the RTA, and that includes you, Madam Mayor, of course, that you guys are working on good faith. You're working with an aim and a philosophy of cooperation, and we move forward on that. But I also think we take a look at what our residential preparation is, because I'm kind of using my little little, you know, using my best, you know, Jedi mind tricks, if you will, kind of seeing what's going to happen. Our best bet is to use our money to focus on that residential road preservation. You know, if we can do something where we can, you know, touch every single road in 10 years, that'd be awesome, including the ones we've just kind of worked on. So that'll really put us ahead of the game. At the same time, we can have the RTA proposals focus on our corridors and augmenting our crosstown traffic and our transit. And I think we can get a package together that can be really something special for Tucson. So that's kind of where I'm at. And, you know, everybody knows that Super Bowl, everybody who's, you know, the 53 people who listen to these meetings know that Rex and I have had some differences on a couple things, but we definitely agree on this. And, you know, good job for everybody in getting us in the right direction.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, just for my final thoughts, a few things. First of all, even with the RTA half cent, we're going to require federal funding. We're going to need multiple funding sources over time. So nobody paying attention to this should believe that if we go 50 cents on 101 and the RTA goes 50 cents on RTA next, that full penny is not going to get us to move Tucson. It's going to need the federal dollars, just as we needed them for the streetcar, just as the RTA goes out and gets federal dollars as well. They are absolutely doing these projects with other funding sources. So nobody needs to be misinformed that the city's going to, if we go it alone, it's you know, we're comfortable with a penny going forward, and that'll get it done. Secondly, let's just say, so Steve Christie is a member of the Board of Supervisors. He wrote an op-ed a couple days ago that was very juvenile, and let's just be real, he's yesterday's news. He's not even in the majority on the Board of Supervisors most of the time. He is not their representative. And so let's do a little bit of vote counting. If we are not participating in the RTA, the county has already demonstrated that they can't go out and get a half-cent sales tax to pave their roads. I don't believe either of the tribes can. South Tucson certainly can't. ADOT's not a player. Those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes right now, plus the mayor, that's 6. Marana, Oro Valley, and Sahuarita might be able to get their own voters to support a sales tax to pave their roads, but we should have 6 out of the 9 supporting our positions come Thursday. And it would certainly be nice to see those votes come through. So that's what I've got.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else that wanted to add to this? I know that Mr. Manager, you wanted to close with some thoughts as well.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I appreciate it. So I think it's important, and if you noticed in my materials in the memo that I've prepared for you, I really stayed away from a conversation around the RTA. And the reason I did that was because there's 2 pieces, as you all have articulated. I think Councilman Kozachik, Councilman Vice Mayor Santa Cruz articulated, there's different pieces of this, right? Our needs are our needs with regard to those residential or local roads. And I think that there is an option and opportunity for us to address those, and that's part of what I tried to address for you. However, keep in mind that, and I have absolute confidence in our ability to push that forward and to address our needs with our local voters, if you will. So I've got absolute confidence there. But as you've also outlined, that's not enough. We have other needs, and we also know that some of these corridors, some of these regionally significant corridors have significance to us as well. And I think that's part of why I keep hearing from you all that in a perfect world, we address our needs and we support and partner to address those regional needs as well. But I wanted to make sure that you understood why the chemistry of that memorandum was specific to our needs, because quite frankly, I have absolute confidence in our ability to pass a ballot measure. But again, in a perfect world, Mayor, I think to use your words, it would be great if we could get support and an understanding and recognition of the magnitude and the importance of our local roads to the region. And in turn, we understand and support the regional approach to the corridors, et cetera. The last thing I'll leave you with, Mayor, and members of the council, is depending on you giving me the nod for the special meeting on the 31st, we'll bring back language. I didn't hear anything different at this point other than a 0.5-cent sales tax. Depending on the outcome, that might guide us into different options for you to consider. I won't go into those now. We'll just wait and see how that goes, and then we'll have that conversation, as well as the timing. Councilmember Vice Mayor Santa Cruz mentioned potentially November. I will make an assumption that unless I hear from you, we will gear up for a May election and have that ready to go for a special meeting on the 31st. So Mayor, I just wanted to make sure that's at least the frame that I have at this point and move that forward.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I think that depending on the direction and input and feedback that my council has given me, I absolutely 100% understand fully, will take with me to the Thursday PAG RTA meeting. And depending on what happens there, we will make a call with the help of the city manager and the city attorney, and of course the city clerk, to have a special meeting on, I would prefer Monday the 31st, so that, because remember, we have already called a May election. And so please keep your Monday the 31st a bit open in case we have to have a special meeting. With that, Mr. Manager, what I'd like to do is move item 8, which is the PAG item on the Management Committee recommendations. I'd like to move item 8 to item 6. So finish off this item and then start with the PAG Management Committee recommendations, since we're already talking about this, and then we'll move to the commercial rainwater harvesting ordinance item. Is that okay?
Sure, that's fine, Mayor.
Ready. So I've got my marching orders. We're done with item 5. We move on to item 8. Time has been set aside for a discussion of the PAG Management Committee recommendations to the Executive Director. Mr. Manager.
Sure, Mayor. And the only nuance that I would add to this conversation, different than what we just had, right? Because I think as, and I apologize, I forget if it was, which council member it was that mentioned the opportunity, I think it was Councilman Kozacek, for a TMC or card chemistry, right? If you notice in the words there, right, it's a recommendation to the executive director versus a recommendation to the RTA board, right? And so that's part of the conversation, right? Because does that mean that the executive director has the authority over that and over the agenda for the RTA board? Or does the TMC potentially in the future have the authority to put forth proposals and truly weigh in on and develop a recommendation for the RTA board? Without getting into all the detail of that, that's in essence part of what the conversation is on First Avenue. And so I think that item will come up to you for discussion. My understanding is that there is a recommendation from the RTA staff to do some more public input and have a process. That's all fine. But the reality is we've done a lot of that already. And I think we've demonstrated that through our presentation, not only the data sets, but also all of our public outreach and so forth. But Mayor, that's what I'm expecting that you can expect for the conversation to be on Thursday. That's really the big issue. The rest of it's pretty pro forma.
So, Mr. Manager, I know that there had been some discussion, because I think Pima County has also a portion of the First Avenue project. The executive director of PAG RTA had talked about this flooding issue concern. Can you elaborate on that? Because I frankly, I was flabbergasted that this flooding issue was coming up at this late in the game. So can you describe a little bit more? Can you enhance that, please?
Sure, and obviously I can't speak for the executive director. I'll let him speak for himself when called upon. So keep in mind that this conversation fits into all of the discussions we're having about the delivery of the program. So as you remember, those of you who were engaged in the Broadway conversation, right? There were costs associated with Broadway that we hadn't really thought about or considered back in 06, right? Well, one of the things that has happened on this particular piece, excuse me, was really the drainage and the improvements to the drainage along this corridor, and particularly at the retail. So when you start to look at the road project and dissect the language, there's a conversation to be had about drainage improvements. So just to refresh your memory on downtown links, one of the things that we did is we partnered with Pima County. Pima County stepped up and funded almost $8 million, or about $8 million, as a part of the drainage improvement. In a lot of conversation around that, but again, an example of how, as time goes on, we find constraints that we maybe didn't know about or hadn't thought about in 06. And one can throw rocks at that, but there's also an evolution of the need, right? And so the conversation really is one of, what does the project need to look like today to deliver the service to the voter and to the public? And part of that is addressing those drainage constraints or those drainage needs. So, Mayor, I don't mean to be so long-winded, but I wanted to give you the context of how this fits into the overall discussions that we're having with regard to the ability to complete or deliver the program when these kinds of we'll call it issues are brought forward at the 11th hour.
Mm-hmm. I think it's highly problematic to have the staff at the PAG RTA demanding additional input when the city of Tucson has done very thorough community engagement, not only the neighborhoods and businesses in the surrounding area on First Avenue, but I also went outside into county residents to receive their input and feedback. So it's highly problematic to have a small group charged with making First Avenue recommendations when we have the data and statistics to prove that we've done our homework, and really are suggesting that we do a complete street on First Avenue based on thorough community engagement, traffic counts, and work with small businesses in the area and surrounding Pima County residents. So just for the record, I want to say I find that highly problematic. I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up. Did you want to speak to this, Councilmember?
Sorry, I didn't know I'd taken it down, but as long as he invited me. Some of the members of the CART committee, Christie's op-ed, it was saying, this is what was on the ballot, that's therefore we have to do it. Those projections were made going on 20 years ago. And I firmly believe that the taxpayers in this region would rather see people in public positions be responsive to the current needs than to be so rigid as to say, we said it in 2006, therefore in 2022, we got to do it whether we need it or not. And oh, by the way, it's going to cost you nearly $60 million more. That doesn't matter. We said we'd do it. I think people will respect the fact that we have opposable thumbs, can do critical thinking on our feet and say, this isn't necessary. We can save money and it simply makes sense. That will not compromise the RTA's ability to put something on the ballot next time. I think it will make it more attractive to voters to say, yeah, this is a good plan for now, but we're gonna reserve the right to reassess it 15 years from now to see if it's still what's necessary. And so I firmly reject what was in that op-ed and the CART committee's simply saying, we said it, we got to do it, period, end of comment. So that's all.
Well, and whether this ad hoc task force I mean, what are they going to review? They're going to review the city of Tucson's data and information and all of the input from the community, the small businesses. Being a person that actually believes in data and facts, I wouldn't see them coming to a different conclusion than the conclusion that the city of Tucson and the neighbors and surrounding businesses and all of the people that gave input for First Avenue came to the conclusion of, which is, as Councilmember Kozaczek said, really go with a complete street that makes that street safer and is put to better use and moves not just cars more efficiently, but moves people more efficiently and safely. So I want to see this work from this ad hoc task force come to the PAG RTA board, which I think the RTA board is going to make the decisions on, so that the member jurisdictions can vote on the proposal that the city of Tucson has put forward. And so I'll keep you posted on that too. I know that this particular First Avenue road is mainly in Ward 3, but it does affect the entire movement of that area. With that, Mr. Manager, did you want to add anything else?
Mayor, the key piece to this, and I think you and Councilmember Kozaczek both hit on it, it's delivery of the program. And that has been our, I'll use the term fixation, right, on our propositions and our interest in the RTA, the current RTA. But delivery of the program, I think, has to be responsive to the need of today. And I think that's exactly the conversation that you can have with the RTA board based on all of this information and feedback. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity.
Of course. Any others? Hearing none, we are moving on to the regularly scheduled item 6. Item 6, time has been set aside for a review of the commercial rainwater harvesting ordinance. I do know that Councilmember Dahl requested the item. So Councilmember, it's your item. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is my first item, so please be kind. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for your leadership on climate, and Representative Paul Cunningham, especially on water and on this issue, which is water harvesting. Water harvesting is an integral part of our climate change adaptation and mitigation strategy. It just has to be. And, you know, I ran and won on a climate change platform that people responded to. And I told people all along, I'm not trying to change the minds of mayor and council. You guys have acted in this area strongly before, but it's the details that we need to get onto. And so this is one area where I'm jumping into the details. You know, with Colorado River shortages, increases in heat and drought, and in flooding, which is all aspect of climate change. I think last summer it was very hot and then it was very wet. It's no brainer that we should harvest and then functionally use stormwater to help with our million trees and other vegetation. What we're talking about here, though, is an ordinance that was groundbreaking. In 2009, there was a citizens committee, stakeholders, they came up with a plan. It wasn't what the environmentalists wanted completely. I think they wanted a greater percentage, but they found a niche where commercial buildings are being built is a great time to put in the land features so that water can be harvested. It's the cheapest time to do it, and you immediately get benefits. You can grow this vegetation. It saves potable water for Tucson. It saves money for tenants who aren't paying for the water to water their landscape, and it provides much appreciated shade and beauty. So 3 years ago, a world-renowned expert on water harvesting who just happens to live in our city, who also was an essential part of the development of the water harvesting ordinance, reviewed and did some analysis of how well this is working. And so I'd like to introduce Brad Lancaster to present some aspects of his report. It gets a lot of details, but we're going to hit the highlights. Brad, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here. And Candace was going to, Tucson Water was going to, oh, I see you're on there, Candace, was going to put up the presentation. So I will speak to the presentation as slideshow. I thought it might be more, we both thought it might be less glitchy if Candace ran it from her computer, since I'm new to the Microsoft platform. Okay. Is it up, Candace, or I?
Candace, yeah.
There we go.
It is up.
Okay. If we can get it to the first slide. And while we're getting that to the beginning, just want to thank you all for the opportunity to share a distillation of the assessment that Ann, Audrey, and I did in 2018. So real quick, building on what Kevin was saying, the intent of this commercial water harvesting ordinance is to increase the use of harvested rainwater and thereby decrease the use of potable and reclaimed water at commercial sites for irrigation purposes. In so doing, it set the goal that a minimum of 50% of a commercial site's landscape water use be met with harvested water, which can be done passively. No tanks are needed. The developers like this, and we got their buy-in as a result. Okay, the screen's getting crazy. That looks like it's coming back. Okay. Could we go to the next slide, Candace? And thanks for doing this, Candace. I'm grateful I'm not. All right, there we go. So there's huge potential here, and this is quite easy to achieve because we can dramatically multiply the available rainfall on a site simply by directing the runoff from adjoining hardscape surfaces like parking lots or roofs or sidewalks or city streets to a depressed planting area that can hold and infiltrate rather than drain the rain and runoff. So on the left, the image we've got there is showing with the tree and plantings within a basin. When it rains, we're able to capture and infiltrate that rain to freely irrigate the vegetation. The image in the middle is showing, well, we can increase that available rainfall by 2 times if we take a surface area of adjoining hardscape, like roof or parking lot, that is equal to the surface area of the planting area and direct that runoff from the hardscape to planting area, we can double the available rainfall. And we can keep going 3 times, 4 times, 10 times. Next slide. So I want to show you in this next slide an example that utilized such potential. So this is in a residential neighborhood context. This is in the Dunbar Spring neighborhood. So at the top is is the old paradigm that we're trying to shift away from, where we are directing the runoff from a site to the street. What this ordinance is advocating is that we flip it and do what's on the bottom image, where we direct street runoff into street side vegetated basins that are lower than the street. In a commercial site, it would be same thing, collecting water either off street, parking lot, sidewalk, or roof. So that bottom image, that's showing the vegetation that is irrigated solely with passively harvested rainwater and street runoff, no supplemental city water after the first 3 years in which the first 3 years, those plants were watered to get them established. But after 3 years, all supplemental irrigation was ceased. So it is currently irrigated 100% by passively harvested rainwater and street and hardscape runoff. So we can very easily do this in the commercial context. So next slide. We looked in the assessment in 2018 at 12 sites. And we selected those sites to get a diversity. We wanted different sizes, different water uses, different designers of the sites, so we could get a pretty good representation of what's out there in the community. So, sorry, this is a death by PowerPoint slide. It's graphs. So let me try and make it a little more enticing by starting to tell the story of the graph in the upper left. One of the successes of the ordinance. So there was a Dollar General site that was done to the specifications of the ordinance, and it far surpassed the goals of the ordinance. If you look at that thick blue horizontal line at the top of the upper left box, that represents the goal of the water consumption to irrigate the landscape that we do not want to surpass. And if you look below it at all the colored vertical lines, those are showing you water consumption to irrigate the landscape by month in different years. So it was well below the goal, which is fantastic. And but it's juicier still because what maybe is not clear there is the last 5 years when we assessed it, there was no irrigation. They basically shut off the irrigation system. And nonetheless, the landscape was doing quite well because it had been designed for the parking lot to passively drain its water to the landscaped areas. And not only was the landscape shut off, but they cut the contract to the landscape company that maintained the system. So for 5 years, this site was unmaintained, unwatered, and yet surpassed the goals of the ordinance. That's the good news. Okay. But unfortunately, that was not the case for the majority of the sites. Now, some, if we look at the box below, failed. It didn't fail in a bad way. It was a small fail. So again, if you look at that one, this is for the park and ride site. You see the blue horizontal thick line, and you see the vast majority of the time it was meeting and exceeding the goals of the ordinance. But there were 3 months in different years where the water use spiked incredibly. This is common in a number of sites. What likely happened is there was a leak in the irrigation system, or there was a malfunction or human error in the irrigation timer. Okay. Now let's then look in the upper right, and this is a pretty standard fail. Now you see that all months of the year in the different years, they are exceeding the goal of the ordinance. They're consuming considerably more water than they designed the site to consume. And there were a number of months, such as October, November, where it really spiked. Probably, again, a malfunction in the timer or a leak or so forth. And then if you look in the bottom right, we've got a really big fail where we're way above projected water use in all months, all years. So that's something that would be great to catch earlier on. Now, one last thing I'm just going to point out here is you guys might see the yellow horizontal bar in all of these graphs, and you'll see the blue one. What that represents is in the yellow, those are the hottest, driest months of the year where we should see a spike in irrigation consumption because there's not rain at those times. The water needs of the plants are highest. And in the blue shaded area is where we should see the least water consumption because those are the cool, typically wet winter months. But you can see there's no, it doesn't look like any timers were set up to take into account what season might need more water and what might need less. Okay, but the thing is, these sites that failed, why did they fail? Let's look at that. And I'm going to distill down to 3 points. So next slide, please. Okay, the first one is we need to have all plans consistent with the water harvesting plan. So when we did the assessment, there would be multiple, sometimes up to 6 sites that would represent the grading. There would be up to 6 plans representing the grading on the plan. There would be the rainwater harvesting plan, the grading plan, the landscape plan, the irrigation plans. And unfortunately, oftentimes they would not match. On 75% of the assessed sites, some or all the plans did not match the slopes, basin depths, the runoff inlets into the landscaped areas and so forth, and we're missing other information. So if you look at the graphic above, what happened is those red areas are showing basins, landscape basins that should be receiving runoff, but are not, okay? When the plans conflicted, so maybe in this case, or in similar cases to this, the rainwater harvesting plan was correct, but not the grading plan. It didn't represent what was on the water harvesting plan. And unfortunately, when plans conflicted, when they didn't match, the site was typically built to the grading plan, not the water harvesting plan. And it's difficult to correctly inspect these sites if the plans don't match. Okay, even more difficult, well, again, difficult to inspect on site if the plans don't match. So the first finding here is we need to get all plans that relate to grading and landscape to match, okay? One idea is the engineer who stamps the plan set needs to make sure that all the plans are the same before submittal. And then, of course, that needs to be reviewed at the review desk. Next slide.
Hey, Brad, we're kind of running out of time. Can you finish up in a couple minutes?
Yep, thanks. I'll speed it up. Thanks for being the time.
It would be very appropriate, Brad, to have your recommendations. So come to the conclusion in terms of your recommendations, and then we'll have enough time to have a Q&A with you and city staff to make sure that we have appropriate direction for this item.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll be real brief. So the next thing is we need to make sure once plans are reviewed and approved that the site is built to the plans. So we found that on 40% of the assessed sites, the grading that was manifest on the site did not match the plans. And 70% of the time, the water harvesting basins did not meet the designated depths on the plans. We also had runoff inlets missing and so forth. So here in the image above, you see that there's about 12 basins were on the plan, but only 2 were built on the site. Okay, the red are what was built, and the blue and white are what was on the plan. Okay, next slide. Oh, and I just want to go back and emphasize, I think those first 2 points need to be addressed first. That let's get the plans right and matching, and then let's review and make sure what's been approved on the plan is what's built on the site. As a separate but related thing, this third finding is that we need to have a means for the city to see what is the irrigation water consumption on the sites, because most sites, commercial sites, do not have a dedicated irrigation meter. And without that, we don't know what's being used to what water is being used to irrigate plants and what water is being used for other purposes on the site. So it's very difficult to assess, is the water consumption goals of this ordinance being met? And without such reliable monitoring of the water, and without adequately enforcing, well, reviewing, I should say, reviewing the plans, making sure they match, and making sure what's on the plan is built on site, this ordinance is currently considered a joke in the development community because there's no follow-up. And if nothing happens if you don't meet the goals of the ordinance, very many of the property managers and whatnot weren't even aware that this ordinance existed. Nonetheless, this ordinance is, I think, groundbreaking and has been shown it can work. We just need to follow up on the goals of the ordinance. And the follow up with the property owners and showing them, hey, look, this is your water consumption. This is what's going on. If we can meter it and monitor it, this is a great opportunity for education so they can enhance performance, reduce their water use and costs, and we can refine how the ordinance works through regular dialogue with those it applies to.
Thanks,
Thank you for your
Brad.
time. Yep.
Sorry to try to get you to reduce hours worth of material into 10 minutes, but you did a great job. I am going to put before Mayor and Council a motion at the end of our discussion directing a plan to deal with some of your recommendations without getting into the weeds. But let's open it up for questions. Any council member have a question of Brad or comments?
Council member, I would appreciate if you put forward your motion, and then if we could get a second, and then we go to discussion, and that includes questions.
Got it. Glad to do that. So reading the report on this from city staff, it struck me that it's very true that compliance with this begins with the planning and development services. So I'm really looking towards, and I'm saying this as I'm trying to find my motion. What are they? I hope city manager and staff will figure out what they need to implement some of these. So my motion, and I have it written down if it needs to be sent to someplace. Again, this is my first time. I move to direct the city manager to return in 60 days with a detailed plan to improve compliance with the ordinance, including an internal assessment of our plan review processes, inspection process, and performing follow-up audits on completed commercial projects to evaluate compliance with the approved design, with notice to the owner of remedial actions. Furthermore, I move that a follow-up assessment by a third party be conducted to evaluate the current state of ordinance compliance.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and there's
with discussion.
Councilmember Cunningham, you could be the first one. Go ahead.
Yeah, second, Your Honor, with discussion, and you guys know my history. For those of you who've been on the council with me, you guys know my history when it comes to this item. And, you know, this item is all about our long-term community. I think that it's really important to remind everybody that we're never going to be taken seriously as a community unless our water future is secure. And that's kind of where I am on this. So I support this motion for 3 different reasons, and I want to thank Councilmember Dahl for bringing it forward. We were actually working on this back in December, but we've been working on some other things in Ward 2, and Councilmember Dahl has graciously taken the mantle. And that is that if we're going to have a rainwater ordinance, we've got to make sure we're executing it properly. If we're not going to, then we'll either have to completely retool it and make it totally clear cut, or we can do what he's saying, which is, hey, we're going to work with the community stakeholders to make sure that the ordinance is maximized. That's all this is. What we're doing, we're not overhauling the ordinance. We're just giving it a tune-up, and that's all it really needs. So that's kind of where I'm at, and that's why I'm in support of this motion. I urge my fellow council members to be too, because this is a long time coming. We're about to hit a dead pool in the next 3 years in Lake Mead. If we can't figure out how to bank another 10 years, that's 480 to 960,000 acre feet of groundwater and wet water combined for the just in case, for the boat falling out of the bottom falling out of the boat, literally, or better yet, the bottom falling out of the lake, literally. If we can't be ready for that scenario, then we shouldn't be where we are. This is leadership. This is what it's all about. So I'm in support of the motion. And again, your mayor, thanks for getting the item on and leading this discussion. And Councilmember Dahl, thanks for the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Dahl, thank you so much for bringing this item to us. It has, been 12 years since we instituted this ordinance, but as beautiful as an ordinance is written, it means nothing if we don't put it in action. And so I really appreciate you bringing this, and Councilmember Cunningham for working on this, Mr. Lancaster for doing so much work for us, and really being a leader in the country on rainwater harvesting and everything related to rainwater harvesting. You really started me on this path in terms of thinking of using rainwater instead of potable water. And I was there when this ordinance was passed, and I'm happy that you brought this to our attention, because it is right now in this moment in time is when we have to do. And so I'm looking forward to this initial step, because I know that there are additional steps that we have to take. This initial step to get it to work appropriately as it was intended to be put to work. And I'm looking forward to Planning Development Services and Tucson Water working together to actually make this ordinance work. So I do see some hands, Councilmember Kozaczek and then Councilmember Fimbres, and then we could, if other of my colleagues want to add, and then we'll go to a vote.
First of all, Kevin, could you read the second part of the motion? I didn't hear it. Muted.
Furthermore, I move that a follow-up assessment by a third party be conducted to evaluate the current state of ordinance compliance. This has to do with Brad's study being, 3 years old at this point, and things may have improved or gone downhill, but it would be useful to see where things are at this point.
Okay, so that's the part I didn't hear. I'm interested to hear the city manager's responses, but when I read through the report, what popped into my head is I just wonder if the oversight is housed in the wrong department. There were three primary areas where the ordinance is less effective than it could be. One was in plan review, another is in the design standards, and another is in the inspections, both during construction and annually for functioning and irrigation and landscaping and all that. So Brad identified some specifics in terms of the design specs that we could consider. I'm just wondering if PDSD may not have the familiarity with rainwater harvesting nuances that we need, and perhaps a shift. I mean, we just hired Nicole and Blue Baldwin. That's really one of the areas. This whole landscape maintenance issue is one of the areas they're responsible for. Nobody right now is really doing consistent and dependable inspection once the systems are in, and that function needs a point of contact for accountability. So I guess this is just sort of by commentary, maybe for something for the city manager to consider in this 60-day review, but we're not tracking irrigation meters, amount of rainfall captured, and all the things that were pointed out in the report. And I just wonder whether or not it might be more appropriately housed within our new sort of environmental sustainability landscape maintenance area. And that's, I don't know, that may not be right, but it's what kept popping into my head as I read the report.
And I don't know if you wanted to respond to that, Mr. Manager.
Absolutely. Thank you, and Councilmember Dahl and Councilmember Kozaczek, thanks for sharing. So I think a couple of things to keep in mind here is the spirit and intent of the ordinance and the direction policy, which is compliance. And I think that we can get bogged down in the detail of the review, detail of the inspection, but ultimately what I will do as a part of this analysis is perform audits of those projects that have been built in the last 3 years. Now, I'm not going to go out there and audit every single project or every single development, but I think that what we do is get a thumbnail sketch of what that looks like, because keep in mind that if we approve a set of plans and the plans say you need to do X, whether we approved it or not, inspected it or not, your approved plans are a function of what was on those documents. So that's the conversation I'm going to have, right? Now, I believe that we're a little better than we were 3 years ago, it's my opinion, in terms of review and some of those pieces. But also keep in mind, we have gone to almost entirely virtual inspections for our building permit efforts. And so that's a conversation that I want to have, and I want to understand what that looks like in terms of the logistics of that. And so as we're going down this path, what I'm envisioning is to come back to you really dissecting it internally. I understand the potential for third-party review of this, but I'm really going to look at it internally first to make sure that I have a clear understanding of what we can do. And then I come back to you and tell you. I know that one of the complaints you all get frequently is our plan and development services review times for permits and those kinds of things. So this is in the context of that I will be looking at. I think that Councilman Kozachik's point about is it housed in the right spot? I think that's part of the discussion, but keeping in mind that it isn't necessarily that somebody has more time, because I'm going to be adding to their plate if I just move it. And so that's a conversation, though, that I can have internally in terms of what makes sense to coordinate this to get us success. Because I get it, I'm clear, and we certainly don't want a book or something on the books that people don't think we're serious about, or that they think, I think to quote Mr. Lancaster, is a joke. I find that offensive. So we'll do something about that, and we'll make sure people understand that we're serious. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. I did see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up before. I don't know, Councilmember Fimbres, if you wanted to speak to this.
I just want to thank Kevin for bringing this forward and Mr. Lancaster for his work in this area. So important, Mayor, and it fits right into your climate change ordinance that we passed in 2020. Fit the needs. We got to start preparing for the future and sustainability for this great city of ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dahl, and then we are going to vote.
Yeah, just a final thought. This might be an opportunity to strengthen the planning services department, because it's been in the back of my mind. I hear complaints from developers too that they get better service elsewhere, that things are slow. And I know that has to do with capacity and staffing and COVID, and maybe not solvable right away. But if we're going to encourage green infrastructure, we should make those plans as easy to get through and expedited and quick. And that would just be one benefit to the development community that we could provide if we could gear up to that. That's just a thought. This motion is mostly going forward. I hope it will. I expect and hope that staff and under the city manager's leadership will find a way to make this ordinance really work and fulfill the promise of this groundbreaking, head of the pack sort of sustainability effort. Thank you.
Yes, I absolutely agree. So with that, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Councilmember Dahl.
And
Really
thank you, Brad.
appreciate. Thank you. Thank you, Brad. We move on to item 7. Time has been set aside for a quarterly update on the management of PFAS and City of Tucson water supply. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got Interim Director John Kamek on the line here. This is our quarterly update. You've asked for these. I think it really demonstrates our leadership in this area, keeps you in real time, and gives us an opportunity to hear any thoughts you might have as well. So with that, I'll let John take it away.
And John, if we're running late, so if you could shorten up your presentation and give us the highlights in terms of information that is important and necessary for Mayor and Council to have. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of Council. And yeah, I'll hit on a couple of the highlights that I mentioned in the communication to Council for this item. So, but first and foremost, just a reminder for yourself and the community, Tucson Water's water is safe. We continue as a department to be proactive in doing research and analysis on all of our water sources to make sure that it's free of PFAS, and when we find those in the past, that we remove or isolate those wells from further use so they can be studied further. So to date, we still have about 25 production wells that are preemptively shut down because of contacts with PFAS in various levels throughout the city, most of them in the central Tucson basin. But I want to get to a couple things because I know we're short on time. So a couple items that were different in this quarterly report. First one I'm going to talk about is the Silverbell West water system. So Silverbell West is one of our small isolated water systems. They continue to have fluctuating levels of PFAS compounds detected in a single well that serves that neighborhood. For reference, the system contains about 90 homes and is located in northern Pima County, west of the town of Marana. So it's one of our rural water systems. As you may recall, this system originally detected PFAS in 2019 in the original well supplying the neighborhood, and Tucson Water responded with public information and a water blending plan by transporting water from another system to supply the area until the new well was completed. Unfortunately, the new well is now having detects of PFAS. So Tucson Water has returned to temporarily blending scenario while we developed a point of use treatment option for the residents out there. So starting in late November, notifications went out to the local customers that we had tested and confirmed a filtration system that is effective for PFAS removal. And Tucson Water is providing these water pitcher filtration devices with replacement cartridges for those residents free of charge upon request. To date, close to half the residents have opted to be included in that program. And because the PFAS levels continue to go up and down, we plan to continue this program for the residents indefinitely, and we'll continue to reach out to those residents who have not joined the program as of yet on this availability of these water filtration devices. The other major development that occurred in the last quarter, and we're referring to the October to December 21 quarter, is some activities at TARP. So on November 2nd, the new Santa Cruz River Heritage Project, or Irvington Outfall, was completed. And at this large discharge location, funded by the state of Arizona, allowed the TARP treatment plant to return to limited service while the permanent construction to the city's reclaim system continues on. On June 8th, the mayor and Tucson Water announced through a press conference the temporary shutdown of TARP due to the elevated PFAS levels that were being experienced. And then that plant was temporarily turned off on June 21st and remained off until this completion of the outfall to the river. So the river discharge was intermittent during most of November and December of 21 while the treatment plant was adjusted to handle the low flows associated with running only one well at a time. The construction related to the eventual tie-in of the reclaim system continues on. However, the completion date for construction has been extended to the fall of 2022, and this is attributed to materials and equipment shortages that we are experiencing due to challenges in the national economy. Lastly, I'll refer to this one last, the update about Davis-Monthan. So ADQ has been working on the site investigation and eventual mitigation plan for PFAS to the Tucson Water Central well field. The area of investigation is that northwest area of the base. And recently, ADEQ completed their demonstration treatment plant to begin mitigating high concentrations of PFAS in the aquifer just north of the base. Just 2 weeks ago, the mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, and other city leaders were present for the ribbon cutting to formally launch the beginning of the treatment pilot plant. Information gained from this facility will be used in the near future for ADEQ to begin a full-scale remediation program. The ADEQ and DoD have signed also last quarter an environmental services agreement. So now the Department of Defense can work collaboratively with ADEQ on the Central Tucson PFAS project. Results from the pilot treatment facility will be shared with Tucson Water as reports are generated by the state. Again, Tucson Water is very appreciative for the state's efforts in moving forward with the north of Davis-Monthan. And then lastly, in reference to federal PFAS updates that occurred last quarter, there were two major pieces of legislation that could support our PFAS efforts locally. The first was the passage of the National Defense Authorization Act. This will provide additional funding to the DoD facilities for further investigations and remediation activities on and off the base of PFAS affected communities. This is positive news as the investigations are already ongoing at Davis-Monthan and at Arizona Air National Guard facilities. The second piece of federal legislation that we are tracking is the implementation of the availability of PFAS-related funding associated with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. I have already begun discussions with state officials who will be responsible for administration of the monies through the water programs, and that could be used for PFAS mitigation to ensure that Tucson is continually recognized as a community of immediate need on that. So, Honorable Mayor and Council, that concludes the quarterly update on PFAS in the Tucson area. Hopefully, I met your timing.
Yes, John, and I wanted to make sure that I talked to my colleagues about this. In DC at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, I met with the Deputy Associate Administrator of the EPA, Mr. Casey Cadams, and I discussed the urgency and need for federal funds for the city of Tucson to remediate PFAS. It seems that the EPA is very well aware of the challenges that the city of Tucson has in terms of our PFAS contamination, and they're very committed to helping us. One of the things that I wanted to speak with my colleagues on the council about is that receiving funds from the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority, which the federal government is sending all PFAS remediation funds to. This is a state agency. What the problem is, as I understand it, is that the state law that says that cities can receive these grants and loans, state law basically says that cities with a population of over 150,000 people have to get voter approval in order to receive finance authority funds. That is a major problem for the city of Tucson because we would have to go to the voters to ask them permission to apply for these finance authority funds or grants. That could be very expensive. And it's not just a problem for the city of Tucson, but it's a problem for Glendale and Peoria that I believe are also impacted by PFAS contamination near Luke Air Force Base. So I asked this Administrator Cadams to see if there's any possibility of EPA including a distribution criteria that would ensure that all impacted communities are eligible to receive these funds without a voter approval. I also understand that there's a bill in the state legislature to remove this voter approval requirement. It really obviously was directed at bigger cities and making it harder for bigger cities to receive Water Infrastructure Finance Authority grants and funds. So the administrator talked about the possibility of putting guidance from the EPA to expect equity for all cities of any size to be able to receive these grants and possible loans. So I will keep you posted. I have our federal lobbyist in tune to this issue, as well as Andrew Greenhill in terms of the state legislature and what they're willing to do to change this request. So we'll keep you posted on it, but I wanted to make sure that my colleagues on the council were aware of this possibly very expensive voter initiative if we are to request these federal grants. Councilmember Kozachik.
Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Every major city in this country that has a military base has a PFAS problem, because it was the military bases who were using the AFFF, the firefighting foam that contains the PFAS. So that requirement is just senseless. And so whatever we can do to support you in that effort to get that requirement removed, I, for one, am all in, and I'm gotta believe that everybody on the council is. I have a couple of questions, quick ones for John. What's the anticipated total cost of the full treatment system out at DM at the Central Well Field?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, I don't think ADEQ has an estimated full cost on that yet. That's part of their study, is to eventually get to a place where they would know what type of remedial actions need to be taken to first of all, contain the plume and then start to shrink it over time. So I don't believe those costs have been developed yet, but they would be several millions of dollars for sure.
Oh, yeah. So in our material, it's called the Central Tucson Pilot Project. And then there's a reference to the full-scale system startup for later in the year. Is that just a pilot system, or is it the fully evaluated and designed treatment system for the Central Well Field?
Councilmember Kozachik, I think it's to attack where they currently have the current treatment system, which is at the heart of the plume, which is just north of the base, but there will be continued study on a full plume containment and remediation over time. And ADEQ is working with DOD on that through that environmental services agreement that just launched a couple months ago, that they'll be looking at the full thing. Yeah.
All right, so we're not looking at a fully functional treatment plant by the end of the year. So when it says full-scale system startup, that's not a fully functional treatment plant for the entire Central Well Field plume. That's a more fully built-out pilot, part of the study. You mentioned DOD. Are they testing? Is DM testing on base?
Yeah, DOD, Councilmember Kozachik, DOD have tested on base multiple times and put in monitor wells as part of their remedial investigation that occurred last year. And I believe they're still continuing to do that in the focus area.
Are they serving Tucson water, or are they on their own well system?
I believe it's a combination of both. I know they do have their own well system in one part of it. Whether or not it's continually active in their full Tucson, I'd have to look that and get back to council on that.
Do you know if they've shut down any wells due to PFAS on base?
I don't know I do not know that. Yeah.
So we don't know right now whether or not they're serving servicemen and women PFAS contaminated water on base. That would be interesting to know.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's all I got.
Thank you,
That'd
Councilman.
be interesting to know, John, especially if their families is around the schools. We read about Capitol June and some other places with military installations that have had problems. The other thing, Madam Mayor, do you need a motion or anything to support your move?
No, we're working with Andrew Greenhill, monitoring the legislation that's coming down the pike at the state legislature, and of course working with Tracy Tucker with our federal lobbyists on what we can do to make sure that the city of Tucson receives its fair share of PFAS remediation funds. Let me go to the vice mayor, council member, and then finish off the item. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My question was to John to figure out if we're thinking about installing more monitoring wells, and if so, what's the plan for that?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of Member Santa Cruz. We don't have any plans right now for more monitoring wells. Tucson Water at least we've been actively avoiding where we know where PFAS is in the aquifer. But as part of those investigations that are being done by the state and by the Department of Defense, those agencies are installing monitor wells because they need to know the size, the breadth, the scope of an eventual treatment system that they'll have to commit monies to and funding for to do that.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Just in the interest of time, because we have a few other items to go to, please keep us posted. John, really appreciate the update. And just to finish off on a good note, I want to thank the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, especially Director Cabrera, for the continued partnership with ADEQ, including the recent launch of the Central Tucson Project groundwater treatment plant pilot project. ADEQ and Director Cabrera have been incredible partners, and they have committed to continuing to work with the city of Tucson to find solutions to these issues. So thank you, John, and thank you, Tucson Water, and all your staff for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to the next item, which is actually item 9. I've requested an update on the electric vehicle roadmap and the next steps to that project. As we all recall, the mayor and council approved an electric vehicle readiness roadmap. We adopted it last year. There's going to be an update by Sam Credio from the city manager's office and my very own brilliant climate and sustainability advisor, Fatima Luna. So what I'll do is we're running a little bit low on time. So if we could move quickly to allow for Q&A. And I believe, Sam, you're going to start off the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, Fatima is going to take the lead here, and I'm going to go ahead and share the presentation now.
Okay, perfect. Fatima, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. So Sam and I will provide an update on the progress made so far on the EV readiness roadmap and also the plans to continue its implementation this year. Next slide, please. But before we begin, we want to reiterate the importance of the EV roadmap. The transportation sector is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the nation, and locally it accounts for 1/3 of our total emissions. So the strategies outlined in the roadmap will accelerate the adoption of EVs while also helping the city advance our carbon neutrality goals while providing air quality, public health, and economic benefits. And the map also creates the foundation for the city of Tucson to successfully pursue federal infrastructure funding to strategically advance the electrification of the transportation system here locally. Next slide, please. So after the roadmap draft was adopted last April, a working group was created with departments that play key roles, including environmental and general service, transportation and mobility, planning and development service, and economic initiatives. And the working group collectively revised the roadmap, which is the updated document that you have in your supporting materials. And each department created individual work plan to advance the implementation of the roadmap and also be ready to pursue federal dollars. Next slide, please. And just as a quick reminder, the roadmap outlines a series of actions to increase access to electric vehicles and charging infrastructure, accelerating the electrification of the city's fleet, and also encouraging EV technology, among other initiatives. It has progressive implementation timelines from 6 months to 10 years. And we are very happy to report that we have made great progress in the last 9 months. And Sam is going to walk us through that progress and also the actions that we will be taking this year. Sam?
Thank you, Fatima, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So we'll talk about some actions completed since that draft readiness roadmap was adopted last year. And then we'll also talk about some steps that are being completed in 2022. And we're looking at 4 categories: outreach and education, leading by example, policies, and incentives. And so we partnered with TEP and identified several collaboration opportunities, including adopting TEP's recently completed charging demand analysis. This will allow the city to identify gaps in charging infrastructure and then take a look at that through an equity lens and look for opportunities to install additional charging infrastructure such as parks and recreation centers. I'm really excited to announce that we've launched the EV Readiness Roadmap website. In fact, that link should be in your inbox once you finish with this meeting today. And really thanks to the talent support from Laura Sharp. That EV website is ready for the public to display the work that we're doing, as well as providing information such as EV charging map and a link to the EV readiness roadmap. And then in terms of leading by example, we are leading by example. We are the first public transit system in the state of Arizona to launch a fully electric bus on a fixed route service. We currently have 5 battery electric buses with 5 more on order. And there's actually an additional 5 that are included in a pending FTA grant that we hope to hear back from later this spring. Also, EGSD has ordered its first Ford F-150 Lightning, all electric truck, so we're excited to see that be delivered, and also working on the first draft of the city's vehicle fleet transition plan, which I'll talk about more in just a second. And then lastly, we have released an RFP to increase cities' EV charging stations. That's actually due at the end of this week, and I'll touch on that again in just a second. In terms of policies, Mayor and Council has adopted EV Ready Code amendment for all new residential development for 1 and 2 family dwellings. And then work has begun on the process for multifamily and commercial developments, which I'll touch on in just a second. And then additionally, the city has worked with private partners such as TEP and Hotel Congress to designate meter and parking spaces as EV parking only. And we're taking lessons learned from that to go back and work on a project to create policy to allow EV parking in the right of way. And then lastly, in terms of incentives, I know that recently, Mayor Romero, you participated in the launch of Local First Charge Ahead Challenge, an initiative to encourage the increase of EV chargers at business hubs, and supporting and recognizing businesses that contribute to the advancement of EV charging network is a key component of the EV roadmap. And then looking ahead to actions in 2022, this year we will continue our existing partnerships and we'll pursue additional ones, such as partnerships with dealerships. We will finalize the vehicle fleet transition plan and look at replacing aging city light duty vehicles with EVs. Additionally, Park Tucson looks to install 22 additional charging stations, which is part of that RFP that I mentioned previously. And we also look forward to applying for the No Low Emission Grant for this next grant cycle in 2022 and requesting 5 additional electric buses, which would bring our total up to 20 if successful. And speaking of funding, it's going to be critical that the city is well posed to take advantage of any potential federal infrastructure funding opportunities, which is some of the core work that we're doing as an EV working group. I mentioned previously the code amendments that had been approved. PDSD is working on the multifamily and commercial new developments, and that's expected to be brought to Mayor and Council and adopted this year. And then working with the Mayor's office and the EV working group, we will develop a policy to justify non-EV purchase for city fleet and also allowing EV charging in the right of way. And then finally, we will work with TEP and other potential partners to develop a recognition program for local businesses to encourage workplace charging. And so with that, I thank you for your time today and would welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you so much. That was an incredibly efficient presentation from both of you. Really appreciated. I think that one of the reasons why I wanted to have this presentation and this update in front of Mayor and Council today is because I see the federal government moving its infrastructure funds, its federal infrastructure funds, and I want to make sure that the city of Tucson is ready to compete for federal infrastructure funds. This particular area is a piece that the Biden administration and Congress really put a lot of effort and funds into, and I just want to make sure that come late spring, early summer, the city of Tucson will have an EV roadmap, not just for us internally, but also a map of locations in the city of Tucson for electric vehicles. So, I don't know if you need a motion, Sam, for Mayor and Council to adopt the revised EV readiness roadmap and then further direction for the city manager to pretty much be ready to go late spring, early summer for us to be able to compete for federal funds. Mr. Manager, do you need a motion or pretty much ready to go?
No, thank you, Mayor. I'm very clear on the ask or the direction with regard to preparation for the EV roadmap and the grid, as well as a transition plan for vehicles. What I would suggest is if you are comfortable as a team to give me direction on the updated roadmap, that would be helpful. So there's 2 pieces, right? There's the actual plan, and then there's the actual implementation and getting ready for it with some logistics. I'm clear on this piece, but I think it would be helpful if you gave us the updated, if you're comfortable with that, or we could bring it back at a future date.
No, so what I'd like to do is entertain a motion from my colleagues to adopt the revised EV readiness roadmap and further direct the city manager to have the city of Tucson ready to compete for federal grants.
So moved.
I'm happy to make that.
Second.
There's a motion in a couple of seconds. Thank you so much for that consideration. And I do see some hands up, Councilmember Dahl and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. Mayor, kudos, Mr. Manager, Fatima and Sam. What a great presentation, what great work. I'm very excited. I'm a recent new owner of an EV. I cheated, it's a hybrid plug-in, but I'm learning the ins and outs of it. I kind of felt obliged, Paul Durham was Mr. Solar Car. So I figured if I'm going to be elected, I needed an EV, right? So I look forward to talking to you more about this program and supporting you in any way I can. Thank you.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and congratulations, kudos to you in moving on this, and I know you can talk to Secretary Buttigieg to get some additional funding for this issue. My question is, we have Ronsat being constructed. Is that going to be prepared for EV vehicles, buses down the road? Mike?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so actually one of the advantages of it taking as long as it has is the latest technology is part of that conversation. So as you know, our buses already, we're starting our pilot programs and starting to move towards EV or electric buses. So we have to have that available, or that technology available for them in that. So it will be state of the art based on when it gets going and when it gets going, or when it gets completed, it'll be that state of the art.
Thank you, and I want to thank Sam Credo and Fatima for their presentation. It was pretty good, right to the point. Thank you.
Especially that little car that moved when we talked about moving forward. Any others of my colleagues? Alrighty, well, thank you so much. I think that the city of Tucson is well positioned to be a leader in EV adoption, and we can be absolutely ready to apply for those federal funds to further help our cause. It's good for our economy, it's good for our environment, it's good for public health, and I'm just really excited. Thank you, Mr. Manager, Sam and Fatima, for a wonderful presentation and for your hard work in making sure that this issue progresses. So we move on to the next item, which is item 10. There are state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion. I just wanted to invite Andrew Greenhill to the table. And before Andrew starts, I did want to report to my colleagues on the council that I had an extremely productive trip attending the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C. We were all nervous as mayors to be together again in person because of COVID, but the process and protocol to keep us all safe was incredibly effective. We tested every single day in order to be able to go into the conference, and temperature checks. It was very, very safe to be together at that conference. I met with several administration officials, including Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh. We discussed workforce development, job corps, and other training opportunities. I've talked to the city manager about following up with our workforce development organization, which is Pima County, and see how the city of Tucson can partner with Pima County to take advantage of the federal funds available to create additional workforce development and training opportunities for youth and for other workers in the city of Tucson. We also discussed potential collaboration between our new Department of Labor standards, which the city of Tucson has to create, with the U.S. Department of Labor, The Secretary Walsh, offered technical assistance to the city of Tucson to make sure that we align with federal Department of Labor standards. I also met, like I said, with Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. He had requested to meet with 3 mayors in the entire conference, and he requested to meet with the city of Tucson. So I discussed with him very specifically the bus rapid transit line from the Tohono Tadai station to downtown, with the possibility of having a streetcar extension from downtown down south into the airport. We also discussed the EV infrastructure, let him know that Tucson is ready to apply for those grants. And then, of course, like I said, I met with Casey Cadams, Deputy Associate Administrator of the EPA, met with Alejandra Castillo, Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Economic Development. We discussed the Build Back Better Regional Challenge proposal. And then, of course, the Southern Arizona Coalition for Climate Adaptation and Resilience. I had the pleasure of introducing Customs and Border Protection Commissioner Magnus at an immigration panel. I was really happy to introduce him and talk about immigration issues that affect our borderlands, and was happy to be able to invite him to Tucson and be able to have discussions of the needs of our city and our community. And finally, I was absolutely honored to be invited to visit with the First Lady of the United States to the White House. She invited 20 Latino mayors throughout the country. The First Lady just wanted to get to know us and talk about, of course, her passion, which is public education and free community college. She wanted to make sure that mayors were part of the conversation regarding continuing education for our little ones in terms of daycare and preschool, from the 0 to 5 age, universal preschool, and then from after 12 for free 2-year community college options. We were super surprised to welcome the President of the United States to that conversation that we were having with the First Lady. He spent quite a while with us talking to us about, the importance of mayors being on the front line of our communities and knowing the needs of our community. Just incredible trip, very productive, and of course, trying to put the city of Tucson and our residents on the map, positioning us well for federal funds now into the future. So with that, Andrew, I'd just like to thank you and our federal lobbyist, Tracy Tucker, and her entire team for making sure that we had a successful and productive trip. And I'll tell you, both Andrew, my senior policy advisor, Nate Siegel, and Tracy Tucker kept me working from very early in the morning to very late at night. But really, it was incredible opportunity, just great all around. And I just wanted to thank you all. With that, Andrew, it's your floor.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. I responded to some questions on some federal and state issues from Councilmember Fimbres. I distributed those to Mayor and Council yesterday. Happy to answer any questions about those items. Mostly today, I've distributed, or at least given to the city clerk to distribute to you, a list of bills at the state legislature. We're in our, I believe, 3rd week now of the session. There's close to 1,100 bills now that have been introduced at the legislature. And the list in front of you has a number of bills that I believe your state legislative agenda gives direction on, both in support for some and opposition to others. So with that, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions. And if not, welcome or respectfully request a motion to support the recommendations in the report.
I'd move that
So
we do that.
moved, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Before we move on to your motion to accept your recommendation, with the excitement, we didn't take a vote on the electric vehicle roadmap motion. There was a motion and a second. There was a motion and a second on the floor. And so we already have a motion and a second. All we need to do is vote on the EV roadmap update and direction to the city manager. So all those in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. Any against? With none against, the motion passes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And there's a motion and a second to accept Andrew Greenhill's recommendations on bills. Any discussion with the recommendations or any other bills that are concerning you? I wanted to bring.
Question.
Sure. I wanted to bring attention to two particular bills, which I'm concerned about. SB 1339 and HB 2483. Basically, it's a fetal heartbeat bill. A physician is prohibited from knowingly performing or inducing an abortion unless the physician determines whether the unborn child has a detectable fetal heartbeat and is prohibited from knowingly performing or inducing an abortion if a fetal heartbeat is detected. So what I wanted to mention is that this legislation is part of a wave of bills being introduced in state legislatures across the country aimed at undermining Roe v. Wade and attacking reproductive rights. So I just wanted to bring attention to those two bills because this is ongoing bills being introduced throughout the country. The other bill that I wanted to bring attention to is SB 1165. This is a trans athletes bill, and it would prevent trans youth from participating in school sports from grade school through college if the sports involve a publicly funded institution. Again, an anti-LGBTQ plus issue. Legislators are continuously discriminating against trans youth. And I just wanted to make sure that we brought attention to these two things. Again, attacking a woman's right to choose her own reproductive health, and then attacking our youth, our LGBTQ plus youth throughout the state of Arizona. Devastating to any issues in terms of equality and reproductive justice. So with that, Councilmember Fimbres, I know that you also wanted to bring attention to other issues. Go ahead.
I just wanted to thank Representative Andrea de Lozano for her work on introducing HCM 2002 in support of Cherry Bell Post Office and H 2269 that would repeal state statutes prohibiting cities from setting rules on placement of smaller facilities and 5G poles. She's been a strong advocate for Southern Arizona, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Any others, Councilmember Kozachik?
I just have a question for Andrew. You said there are 1,100 something bills. We have, and the entire state has an issue with largely out-of-state landlords coming in and jacking up rents. And the state of Arizona has a rent control policy in place. Are you aware of any pending legislation that would either remove that preemption or allow us to institute a cap on annual increases on rents year over year?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Kozachik, yes, in fact, there is a bill that's been introduced that would take away the current preemption on local governments establishing rent control or rent limits. So that bill is not on my list this week, but I do have that bill on my radar, and I'll bring that. If you'd like to take a position on it now, it is that simple and straightforward. We can add that bill to the list. Otherwise, I was planning to bring it at the next council meeting.
It lifts the preemption.
Yes.
I would move that we give our support for that like immediately. Do you know who the sponsor is?
I don't, Honorable Mayor, Mr. Council, Councilmember Kozaczek, I don't know it offhand, who the sponsor is or the number of the bill. I apologize, but I have read it.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's such a current and important topic.
Yep.
It is. And Honorable Members of the Council, I will be back to you in future weeks with more bills dealing with housing. I've had a number of conversations with state legislators as well as city staff, and I do expect there to be a number of bills that try to address the issue of affordable housing statewide.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kozaczek, do you want to add our support to that bill today?
Yes,
I think it would
yes,
be appropriate.
please. If Richard's good with it.
That's right. I second it. It's important because we've seen the article on Sunday's paper. It's so tragic.
Ridiculous.
Especially senior housing, which are fixed incomes.
Yeah. So add that bill to our list of support bills, Andrew. Any others on the council? Alrighty. Hearing none, Andrew, thank you so much for the update. Please keep us posted and let us know if you need us to act on anything else in the near future.
Mayor, did the council vote on the?
No, we didn't.
So I would respectfully ask for some.
Twice now. I want to move fast, that's why. Alrighty, so there's a motion on the floor. There's a second. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for the report, Andrew. Really appreciate it. We move on to item 11. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, we move on to item 12. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Alrighty, hearing none. Study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin at 5:40. And should I give you to 5:45? How are you guys feeling? You want to take a little bit of a break? 5:45? Okay, good. So why don't we do that? We will return to regular study session at 5:45. We'll see in a bit. The next meeting, next study session will be Tuesday, February 8 of this year. See you soon. Enjoy the break.
Ready.
Okay, so council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member at the city clerk's office.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Can you hear me? Thank you. Let us pray. Lord, we pray for all government officials and especially for the leaders of our city. We pray for this mayor and council that they may truly respect the needs of the people and work in harmony for the advancement of all men, women, and children of our city. Grant to all men and women the gift of respect for all the actions of the mayor and council. May mayor and council work to form true bonds of unity and work together to improve the quality of all in our city. Amen.
Amen. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City manager's communication number 20 dated January 25th is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I would like to thank both, let me see, Robin Van Giesen, that is being appointed to the Armory Park Historic Zone Advisory Board, and Rory Juneman to the Citizens Water Advisory Committee for their willingness to serve the residents of our wonderful city. So is there any continued discussion on this particular item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council reports, summary of current events.
City manager's communication number 12 dated January 25th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Before we start with our usual summary of current events, I would like to take this moment as a personal privilege to recognize that this is the city clerk's Roger Randolph's last meeting before his retirement. And so I wanted to personally thank Roger Randolph for his many years of service to our community, his invaluable service to mayor and council, and to his entire staff, that even though they're small, they're absolutely mighty. This man has served our city for more than 30 years and has served mayor and council and each and every one of the city employees in his office and throughout the city of Tucson with respect and with dignity and with authenticity. And the 16 years I have been here as council member and now as mayor, I have always felt respected, always felt heard, and very, very happy to have known you, Roger, to have worked with you, to have seen you, and the ethic that you have, especially with our elections and how you run them and how you train your staff, is just been incredible to see. So I thank you profoundly from the bottom of my heart for everything you've done for our city, for the city clerk's office, but most importantly, everything that you have done for me. As a candidate, when I first ran, the patience that you've demonstrated in running our clean election system just has been incredible. And I just want to make sure that you understand how valuable you are to me, and I'm pretty sure to all of us on the council. Thank you for your service, Roger. I really appreciate everything you've done for all of us.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So with that, I'd like to, we're going to start with Ward 6 and then go the other way around to move it up a bit. So Councilmember Kazachek, do you have any report?
Sure, I just want to join everything that you just said with respect to Roger. Roger, this is really kind of bittersweet. You know, I know you've got a strong bench, but you know, you're the quarterback and we're going to miss you a lot, both at a professional and a personal level. You're a quality guy, excellent at what you do, and you know, you're going to be missed. So thank you for all your service to this community, and good luck around the home front, because I know you got about 35 years of honeydews on your plate.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Roger, I can't express, I told you were leaving till I left, but you decided to jump ship. So your expertise, knowledge, and professionalism will be missed, and your leadership. But as all leaders do, they have a strong bench that will fulfill your steps. I know Susan will do a good job. And I know, and thank you for your leadership and the years you've helped me over the time. So God bless you and have a safe trip. And I know you're gonna have a lot of things to do for your wife. So take care.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes, Mayor, I don't really have anything for current events from Ward 4 today, but I also want to say, Roger, it doesn't feel like I've had enough time to be able to work with you. It's been such a pleasure. You're just such a calm, stable presence that it's just been really nice to work with you, especially during the past couple years with this pandemic. And I want to just acknowledge how you helped us adapt to so many different situations and technologies, and you've just always been that stable person that we knew we could rely on. So thank you, Roger. It's been a pleasure, and congratulations on your retirement.
Councilmember Dahl.
Hi, Roger. We hardly knew you, but thank you for your help during the campaign and onboarding me into this wonderful new position, and best of luck in retirement. My wife says it's great. She's retired, and but that you'll be busier than ever. Good luck. No current events to report.
I agree. Councilmember Cunningham.
So Roger, your contribution to this city is no one tops it, man. This is your life's work, and it's unbelievable the job you've done. You do a better job. You could literally write a manual for clerks around the country on how it's done the right way. You don't even do it. The crazy thing is, yeah, you do all the paperwork and all the stuff that a clerk's supposed to do, but just the integrity in which you carry yourself and your presence makes it better. Like, you're one of those people that every single time that I'm around you, I feel like I'm doing something that's more trustworthy. And it's been an interesting road with me and you. And I can't tell you how much your service meant to this city and what you've done for us. And no one's ever going to forget it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised within the next 3 or 4 years that we name the clerk's office after you anyway. I'm serious too. It'll be something like that, man. I've got two announcements, and it's not even it's a pretty serious announcement. I know I like to have fun and talk about youth sports and talk about all this cool thing, but right now the East Side needs to address something. We've had 3 major vandalism incidents on the East Side. Jesse Owens Park, which my office took on to make the a prideful park on the east side was vandalized. About a week later, Kellogg Elementary School was vandalized, and then Tucson Country Day School was vandalized. If you know anything about what went down, my office is putting up a reward. We've got to find the bozos doing this stuff and make sure they're at least held accountable. I know that people are having a rough time with mental health, but that's no excuse for burning school buses, graffitiing park equipment, cracking brand new backboards. What the heck kind of city do you want, man? How about a little pride? That's my announcement tonight. Roger, sorry to make the sorry for your send-off, Ted, on that sour note there, but it needed to be said. So, Roger Randolph, I salute you. Thank you for your service, and you know how much you mean to. I can't even tell you. I think I tried to talk you out of resigning, if I remember correctly. So, and then also anybody on the east side, central, if you're witnessing vandalism and people not taking a little pride in our community, help us out. Look, we're not gonna, you know, do stark punishment like it's the dark ages, but people have got to have some accountability. All right.
Thank you so much, Council Member. And then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And now I'm like kind of on a sad note, you know, sending you off, Roger. You've exemplified what it is to be a servant leader, you know, with your kindness, your patience, and your sense of humor. I could always hear you whispering under your breath about one thing or another. So thank you so much, you know, for all your support all of these years. It's been such a pleasure, you know, to work with you and your staff in the office. And I look forward, you know, to continuing that work and building on that foundation that you established at the clerk's office. Roger, I hear that when you're retired, you get bored and you take on a bunch of projects. So let me know if you're interested in serving on a border commission for us. I would appreciate that very much. And then we're also always looking for volunteers at our neighborhood cleanups. So would love to continue your servant leadership outside of your city clerk role. But thank you so much for your years of service, Roger. We're gonna miss you. And go ahead, Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
I was just gonna go into my current events. So, all right. So I wanted to thank, you know, all of our Menlo Park neighbors who came out this past Saturday, January 2nd, for a meeting that we co-hosted with Housing and Community Development about an affordable housing development happening in Menlo Park. You know, we're trying to address, you know, multiple housing needs in our community, wanting to have a public process and make sure that we're, you know, we're thinking about our housing needs and sustainability standards at the same time in our community. So I really want to thank everybody who came out and the fabulous job that our HCD team, you know, did in bringing all these folks out together out at the site. So thank you so much. I wanted to also, you know, let folks know that Menlo Park is hosting a neighborhood cleanup this Saturday from 9 to 11. We'll be meeting at the western part of Menlo Park, and we're going to be focused on the area nearby along the alleyways. So if folks are interested in coming out and helping us clean. And lastly, students at Pueblo High School, two of their clubs, Yes Club and Clase Mariposa, are hosting a Love of Reading book drive until February 12th. And they're looking for gently used or new young adult books. And so if you have any books you'd like to donate or contribute, you can drop them off at Pueblo High School or the Ward 1 office, and we can make sure they get to the right place. So that's it, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, council colleagues. And again, felicidades, Roger. Thank you so much for your many years of service. It has been an absolute pleasure and honored to work with you, my friend. Thank you for your public service. We move on to item 4, City Managers. Communication. Yeah, go ahead.
City Manager's report, summary of current events.
City Manager's communication number 11, dated January 25th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. You should have an email in your boxes from Andy Squire, our PIO, letting you know about the GEM show and the fact that it has kicked off. We are not doing the traditional kickoff over at the TCC. We normally do that. Obviously, because of the pandemic, we're not doing that. Also, we are not running the shuttle that we had traditionally done. But I am pleased to report, at least best we can tell, the vendors and the show owners are very concerned about the virus, so instituting many of the protocols that we've been talking about. So we will continue down that path. So we're looking forward to a very successful event. Andy gave you a lot more detail in his memorandum. So I also want to echo the sentiments on Roger. Roger, it's been a pleasure. And Roger and I first met when I came for my interview, and what stuck out most about Roger is how quiet and his one-word responses. I always thought I was pretty curt in my responses, particularly in email, but I think I found somebody that matched or even exceeded my curtness. I love it. Roger has really been a true partner, not only in terms of bridging communication and opportunities for the staff with the mayor and city council, but also just all of the detail, which I'm not sure people truly appreciate the magnitude of the detail work that the city clerk's office does. So Roger, wish you well. When we bump into each other, I hope you tell us all how wonderful retirement is. And again, congratulations on your time. And Mayor, I'd like to take the privilege of the microphone and turn it over to Mike Rankin for a couple of quick words, if that's okay.
And thank you, Mayor and members of the council. And thank you, Roger. You know, over the last 18 years, I've had the opportunity to work with a whole long laundry list of city managers, but only 2 city clerks. And that's primarily because of Roger's long tenure in holding down the fort in what is an extraordinarily difficult job. As the manager just said, people don't really have any idea of how difficult and how consuming the responsibilities of the city clerk are. And Roger, your work has always been characterized by integrity and by ethics, without exception. And it's been an absolute privilege to work with you for all of these many years. So good luck and enjoy your next adventure.
That's all, Mayor. That concludes our report.
Thank you so much, and thank you for both your words and Rankin's words for Roger. It feels like we are not doing enough for you, but the city manager will buy you lunch, Mr. Randall, on all of our behalf. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We move on to item 5.
Liquor license applications report from city manager.
City Manager's communication number 13, dated January 25th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, there are 14 requests for new license. Under item 5C, there are 5 requests for special events. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 14 and C 1 through 5 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
Can I have a motion, please?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue. except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. For the speakers, please make sure that you identify yourself if you live in the city of Tucson, or if you're working for an organization and speaking on behalf of an organization. With that,
Mayor, may I pipe in for a second? I almost forgot something. There's a public hearing for Pima Medical Institute that's being continued, and I wanted to just pull that off the agenda so they don't have to sit through the whole rest of our meeting. But I had forgotten to mention it at the study session.
Mr. Rankin, I think we can pretty much do that, right? Just to make sure that we're letting anyone that's waiting for that public hearing to know that it's been continued.
We can. I think the cleanest way to, and that way we can move everybody out.
Okay. Do we have to do it right now?
No, but Linda, go ahead and bail out. We'll get it done.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Steve, for doing that. All righty, so we're still on item 6. All righty, so we have a list of speakers. If I could ask Joseph Patterson to please unmute themselves.
I don't see Joseph, Your Honor.
Okay. James Garcia.
He's on your own.
James Garcia, press
Yes,
star
ma'am.
6. There,
Yes,
that's
ma'am,
perfect.
present.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
James Garcia from the city of Tucson, also live in the Julian Ranch subdivision. Topic of discussion is premium pay for city of Tucson frontline employees. Dear Mayor and Council, City Manager, as an executive board member of AFSCME Local 449, representing more than 700 bargaining unit eligible employees in the city of Tucson division, more than half were classified as essential workers that serve our communities most impacted. We ask that you allocate some of the city of Tucson's American Rescue Plan recovery funds to provide premium pay for the essential workers who have been dedicated to keeping our community safe during and throughout our public health emergency. Premium pay is authorized by the American Rescue Plan to reward essential workers with up to $13 in addition to wages, remuneration the worker otherwise receives, and an aggregate amount not to exceed $25,000 per eligible worker. These words are from the Department of Treasurer's interim rule, which is the federal guidance for state and local recovery funds. This guidance is clear that all city of Tucson essential workers who provide direct services to people has put them at risk of contracting COVID-19 are one of the intended recipients of premium pay. Throughout the city of Tucson, our essential workers and the environmental services and water departments of our organization have risked their own health and safety to serve as frontline workers by keeping our community safe and functional through essential services and providing vital services such as water refuse pickup and street maintenance. The Department of Treasury provides the City of Tucson's mayor and council to appropriate and have the city manager disperse premium pay to eligible essential workers. We stand ready to collaborate and accountable and efficient way to administer premium pay from the ARPA monies. On behalf of the City of Tucson blue collar workers, we thank you and your administration for the work you have done throughout the public health emergency. We urge you follow Congress intent and provide City of Tucson essential workers with the premium pay they deserve and the frontline work and the sacrifices they have made to keep our communities safe and healthy. In solidarity, Executive Board, essential workers, AFSCME Local 449. As of today, out of the $137 million in ARPA monies, there have been zero official discussion, $0 allocated and distributed for premium pay to essential workers within the City of Tucson departments. On behalf of essential workers within the city of Tucson full of employees, we have been the silent heroes during the public health
30
emergency.
seconds.
We ask their voice be heard today. For the mayor and council to entertain a motion or direct the city manager in collaboration with AFSCME Local 449 to incorporate premium pay effective immediately and make it retroactive from November 27th, matching Governor Ducey's commencement of premium pay distribution for state and essential workers, and continue until the $25,000 essential employee threshold is met. The question I'd like to ask the mayor and council: can we provide premium pay City of Tucson employees under the ARPA provisions? The answer is unequivocally yes. Si se puede.
Thank you, James. Dale Warner.
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead,
Hello?
we can hear. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you. My name is Dale Warner. 42 years ago, my wife and I moved to just west of 36th Street and La Jolla Boulevard. Vote no on C9 8145C 36 in La Jolla. On January 8th, Mr. Scott Clark, Director of Planning and Development Services, clarified PDSD's use of net gain RAC, or residents per acre, which is what is left after you remove everything else, just deeded lots. This number is used only internally and is the true density of houses per acre, not the gross RAC average or even the net RAC. It is also called net gain. 13.24 acres out of 60.3 acres contain all 137 deeded lots. Using PDSD's updated numbers, at 36 in La Jolla, we get a net gain of 10.35 houses per acre on 13.24 acres. For PDSD, the FLD bonus is a difference between gross RAC and net gain of houses per acre. This net gain bonus adds 8 houses per acre, a bonus of 5 times to 10.35 houses per acre. Development attorney Kerry Sullivan says, by doing it this way, we get a higher density than is otherwise allowed. Mr. Clark stated, this site has a very large south open area that is 90% FEMA floodplain. It gives a challenge to use gross ARC. Note, if you remove the south FEMA floodplain from the 60-acre site plan, gross RAC goes up to 5.62 houses per acre, more than the net RAC of 4.66 and more than double the 2.27 gross RAC being used. Mr. Clark, why does PDSD not use net gross density instead? It appears Ms. Sullivan provides the answer. The call for housing is destroying neighborhoods. In the face of ADA, Tucson builds non-compliant 2-story housing for real estate. Nothing locals can afford. These 137 commercial units are not real Tucson family homes. Annexation promises, 36 square foot lot restrictions mean nothing when FLD RAC can be used by landowners and PDSD has to accept it, then process it, and as a development tool. So then we have to come back to mayor and council for legislative process. I do not support the use of the city's use of flexible lot development, FLD, as a tool for infill development. Honorable Mayor and Council, we are your neighbors. You own your individual votes. Vote no on C9 8145C 36 in La Jolla. Thank you, and it's been an honor.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Kyle Wilhite. Kyle Wilhite.
No, Your Honor.
Yvonne Reinecke. Yvonne Reinecke.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Ms. Reinecke.
Okay.
Congratulations to Mr. Roger Randolph, and thank you for your service. Mayor Romero and City Council members, my name is Yvonne Reinecke. I live at 40th and Thrasher, close to the proposed development at 36th Street in La Cholla. I urge you to vote no on removal of annexation condition. The high-density development plan being proposed is not sustainable environmentally, socially, or economically. If you wish to solve housing, perhaps look first to helping seniors not being forced out of their long-term rentals and homes because of an investor's greed, and the strategy of, quote, forced appreciation, end quote, or gentrification. I reference the Sunday's front page of the Arizona Daily Star. The pillars of sustainability are environmental, social, and economic, something which businesses readily cite. But let's not greenwash these as investors and developers so often do with rhetoric about sustainability, flexible lot development, and affordable housing. Reading the newspaper regularly often reveals the uglier truth. Look instead to the true sentinels and vote for them, our iconic saguaros and desert open space that people worldwide love, come to see and enjoy. Love yourself, Tucson. Love the desert and serve as stewards to keep it natural to sustain us and future generations. Environmentally, open, natural, undisturbed space matters. Connectivity matters urgently to animals who migrate from these acres to the Tucson Mountain Park, Kennedy Park, Tumamoc, the Santa Cruz River, and A Mountain, as well as to the birds, insects, and other pollinators who helped create and sustain our desert and our lives. We have counted over 1,000 saguaros, including ones under 4 feet, nestled under their nurse Palo Verde trees, which number over 1,500. In fact, the Tumamoc Area Plan recommends that development concentration decrease from east to west as well as south of the Enchanted Hills Wash. These 60 acres serve as critical habitat connection. Mayor and Council, please vote no on removal of annexation.
30 seconds.
Vote no deflating the desert for a dense packed, treeless, flooding heat island that will further snarl traffic and create mental and economic stress for the semi-environmental, semi-rural community here, as well as irreparable harm to our desert. Keep your annexation promises. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Lynn. Ms. Lynn?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Martha Lynn. I am a Sonoran Desert resident. The people who are asking to keep those annexation conditions you heard in the last two calls to the audience promised 42 years ago are predominantly growing families. They live on 200 properties within these conditions to serve as a buffer to Tucson Mountain Park and provide affordable housing within the peace of rural living for Tucsonans. There are neighborhoods within the city, the properties the size of these. Ours are not unusually large. Ours is rural because we live within the desert, do not destroy what we do not need for our lives, and allow ourselves to blend into this desert. We have few fences, allowing the desert animal traffic through our properties. Though we live as close together as many inner city neighborhoods, we allow the sounds of chickens and goats to blend into the cacophony of wild birds and the inner city sounds of weekend parties against the starry skies of our dark streets. We are less expensive to the city for utilities and protection. We provide our Hispanic, our Indigenous, our Black and white population with the peace to live that diminishes the need for crime. You name me another place in our city with a minority population this high with low crime, and you will have found another rural community like ours. These annexation conditions are supporting wildlife in Tucson Mountain Park, buffering from city garbage, pigeons, and high crime rates. Our lack of high density housing has allowed us to live with effective septic systems that feed and water these 200 desert properties and make them more thriving than the Tucson Mountain Park behind us. You look from Tucson and you don't see most of us. As the native plant count is high, we blend in, and still some provide some of the most affordable housing in Tucson. We are giving the city, in return for these promises, a unique habitat and a calm place to live for lower to middle class Tucsonans, especially Hispanic and Native Americans. If you leave the annexation promises as is, you will bring in fewer families, but will provide affordable homes, which this FLD-RAC development cannot. Vote no on C9-8145C. Honor your annexation promises, save our critical habitat, and protect our neighborhood's character. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ruth Kaplan. Ruth Kaplan.
She needs to hit *6, Your Honor.
If you can hit *6, please.
Did that work?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hi, Mayor Romero and City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak during the meeting. My name is Ruth Kaplan, and I live in the Jefferson Park neighborhood. And I just want to thank you all for all of your work. It seems like an incredible task to coordinate so many different things. And I hear the things that everyone is talking about just seem like such important things and decisions to make to coordinate everything. And so I'm calling about the small cell poles near homes. I think that an important thing to bring up is that in general, I think most parents are really careful about having wireless devices near their kids because kids are growing and their bodies are so sensitive and are, their bones are thinner and, radiation gets through easier. And in general, people are careful about that with their kids. And so I think we need to make sure that we just continue, kind of respect, parents' desire to take care of their kids and not have these cell poles in front of people's homes. And I guess in general, they're going to be, coming to every block in Tucson. So I imagine there must be so many parents who feel the same way, and just people in general. Adults are many people are sensitive to this type of radiation, and so I just want to thank you all so much for all of your work and your consideration. And I guess also that of course data, data is so important to everyone, and to have fast data, and we just know that there are other routes to have really fast data and to do the things that people want to do, using their smartphones to turn their devices on and off, and security and just everything. We can do that without the small cell poles in front of all the houses and in front of schools. And yeah, thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kaplan. Gary Gibson.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Gibson.
Hello, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
My name is Gary
Yes.
Gibson, and I'm co-chairman of Westside Neighborhood. I moved to my Westside acre 25 years ago from Christchurch, New Zealand, and I'm confident that while still new to Tucson, that I represent our Westside neighborhood concerning the 60 acres at La Jolla and 36th Street. On February 8th, land lawyer Kerry Sylvan, representing an out-of-town real estate investor, is going to ask Mayor and Council to remove the conditions of annexation from 60 acres that make up a good sized piece of our eastern boundary. My neighborhood vigorously insists that you vote no. In 1979, our neighborhood was annexed into the city of Tucson from Pima County. We were and are different, mostly 1 to 4 acre lots with modest homes, many of them mobile homes. And there was no zoning in Tucson in 1979 that could fairly describe and protect the rights we had living in Pima County. Mobile Home 1 welcomes us into the city. This allows us to keep our semi-rural lifestyle. We have horses, cattle, and most other farm animals. In practice, on the west side, Mobile Home 1 means 1 house per acre. You will hear that this is 2 houses per 36,000 square feet, a lot slightly smaller than an acre, but in practice, Mobile Home 1 means an acre or larger properties, and most here have only 1 permanent dwelling on that property. Kerry Silman is going to ask you to break a 40-year-old agreement with the West Side, really break a treaty that was made with our neighborhood to ease our entry into the city of Tucson. The conditions of annexation are our treaty and welcome to Tucson, and we need to be respected. Well, no. Our neighbors have been fighting for the best use of these 60 acres for over 20 years. Then Ward 1 Councilman Jose Ibarra listened to us, and in meeting, we rose to applaud him as he announced that if such a development came up for a vote in the mayor council, that it would be voted down by a supermajority. It never came to a vote, and the land lawyers departed. 20 years ago, a property owner needed a zoning change to blade grade this land into a treeless heat island. Since then, land lawyers and their colleagues in planning departments around the country now use policy originally designed for urban infill housing, flexible lot development. This allows developers to basically ignore zoning and do whatever it takes to increase housing density and profit. The current owner of the 60 acres bought this land before FOD was available to him. 137 housing products. Our development people using flexible lot development have magically found a way to keep the 60 acres MH1 zoning intact and allowing 10.34 housing products to be built per acre. Did I mention that this land is intact upland Sonoran Desert? Vote no on removing the conditions. We can find a better, more creative, and loving use for the 60 acres. We can do better. Vote no. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Beryl Baker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Beryl Baker, Facility, Santa Cruz Southwest Neighborhood, Mission 36th Street. Hello, fellow citizens who sit on the Tucson City Council. Back in about 2000, Pima County bought land along the west branch of the Santa Cruz River for a conservation area. Since then, our neighborhoods have worked to maintain a wildlife corridor connection between the west branch of the Santa Cruz and the Tucson Mountains. Through our efforts, we were able to get the new school on the southwest corner of 36th and La Jolla to maintain an area north of the school as a natural wash corridor and wildlife education opportunity for the school. We also were able to get the county to buy 80 acres on the northeast corner of 36th and La Jolla for corridor connection to the Tucson Mountains. The county has expressed interest in adding the 60-acre property southwest of the school to maintain the wildlife corridor between the west branch of the Santa Cruz and the Tucson Mountains. However, removing the zoning restriction put on the 60 acres so that it can be developed into high-density housing would make the 60 acres too expensive for the county to buy. Also, high-density housing would cut off the functioning environmental corridor with its many natural habitats for wildlife. For them to develop, they would flatten the land and its inhabitants. We're requesting that the city deny removing the zoning restriction and work with the county to help save this important wildlife habitat. Delana Cota, a fifth generation in Tucson and a member of Santa Cruz Southwest neighborhood, asked us to say for her. I oppose the zone change requested by the property owner and affiliates for these reasons: overuse, depletion of natural resources, urban warming like Phoenix, overwhelmed, heavy traffic in local area not supported by infrastructure of streets and roads, environmental destruction of animal and plant desert life, overuse of infills for development, generational families displaced and economically pushed out of areas, repeat of downtown 1950 and 1960. Finally, on another subject, since this is called to the audience, the City Council is wrong to take away 110 years of access to A Mountain at night for the citizens. Thank you. Over.
All righty, Ken Scoville.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and members of the council. I trust you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I am a member of the Tucson-Pima County Historical Commission and have been for 1 year. However, I want to clarify that I'm not representing the commission this evening, but as a private citizen who has been involved with historic preservation issues in Tucson since 1985. Since the decision last summer that the city and county were required to have separate commissions, a consultant or consultants have been contracted to develop a plan for the separation. We have not been informed of their identity. During the fall, members of the commission, including myself, began to ask for information about the ongoing work of the consultants. And at the commission meeting in December 2021, I requested that the consultants present an update on work in progress and provide an opportunity for discussion. The historic preservation officer for the city indicated there was no money allocated for this and that a final report only would be available in May of 2022. At my request, an item requesting information on the process was placed on the agenda for the commission meeting of January 12th. The historic preservation officer provided a chart of some of the work done by the consultant. It became apparent that this was not just a plan to separate the commission into two bodies, but a reworking the entire structure of the commission and the Neighborhood Historic Zone Advisory Board, presented as an effort to adopt best practices designed for other communities. All this is taking place with no involvement on the part of the volunteer commissioners appointed by city and county elected officials. I express the concern that while an open process would provide a great opportunity to improve the work of the commission, the process described was a threat to the historical status of the commission, which was established after the rampant destruction of urban renewal and led to the establishment of the downtown historic districts with HPZ overlays. As far as I know, this secrecy was staff-driven and not what SHPO had intended when asking city and county to develop separate commissions as required of certified local government. I am asking the council to intervene and require a transparent process with the commission having a contributing role in determining any systemic revisions to the body structure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Abriza Zagir.
Can you? Hello?
Hi, Ms. Zagir, go ahead. We can hear you.
Hi. Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Abriza Zagir. I live in Ward 1. I am a citizen of the Sonoran Desert. Over the last 22 months, I have addressed the mayor and council many, many times, talked with a lot of neighbors and other neighborhood associations, community leaders, and activists. No person I've talked to thinks that FLDs are a good idea, or at least to be applied to every new housing project, regardless of the physical impacts, like flooding and traffic, or social impacts causing displacement, gentrification, damage to the environment, and the effects it has on the existing community of humans and wildlife. The new C98145C concept plan and its sister site plan available at PDSD are the same, except one is pretty and the other is technical. The big technical differences on this north side site as compared with the last site plans are that the retention detention area that was just west of the school on the north side of the site is now gone, allowing all runoff to go onto 36th Street and onto the school's property. So if you look at the elevation change, if you start at the northwest of the property at 36 and San Joaquin, the highest point of the property, the elevation is 2,480 feet. Traveling west into the school's property, the elevation drops 20 feet to 2,460. And then again, it drops at the intersection of La Cholla and 36 to an elevation of 2,450. Who will be responsible for flood damage to private or city property? Okay, let's start again back at the northwest corner at 36 and San Joaquin. And if you travel southeast, kind of kitty corner, to the property meets La Cholla, just north of the Enchanted Hills Wash, the elevation difference is 20 feet, starting at 2,480 and dropping down to 2,460. Where will this water go? All right, so let's look at it starting again at 36 in San Joaquin, and you travel due south following the road that's within the development plan, which slopes towards the Enchanted Hills Wash, dropping 10 feet. You'll notice on this site plan, the road is draining into the Enchanted Hills Wash. Not exactly what's supposed to happen. Okay, so we had to look. I looked this up on PEMA site plan. So you won't find this type of topographical elevation maps on any of the site plans submitted. The impacts of this proposal will destroy the environment and cause flood damage to the surrounding private property owners who cannot afford to sue anyone for damages. The City of Tucson UDC and the low self-certification standards have created a predatory development practices where no one is accountable or responsible for errors. Thank you again. Please vote no on C9-8145C and maintain our annexation conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abriza. We do have Joseph Patterson back on the line, and I just wanted to invite him to speak if he was available. And you would have to press *6, Mr. Patterson. Roger, do you see him?
Yes, Your Honor, he's still muted.
Alrighty, Mr. Patterson, you have to press *6 in order for us to hear you. Alrighty, let's go to Joan Warfield.
No, Your Honor.
She's not there? Alrighty, Mr. Patterson, I'm gonna give you one more chance. *6, Mr. Patterson. If not, we're gonna have to move on.
Still muted, Your Honor.
Alrighty, we're gonna have to move on. We'll invite him to come back the following week. But that is, we've run to 40 minutes on this item, so we're moving on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through F.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an intergovernmental agreement with the Pima Regional Flood Control District for development and maintenance of green stormwater infrastructure. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement with the Pasco-Yaqui Tribe for provision of fixed route transit service for designated areas of Pima County. Item D is a final plat S20057 Banner University Medical Center, Tucson, Block 1. Item E is a grant agreement amendment with the Arizona Department of Administration for approval of funding to Local First Arizona Foundation. Item F is Tucson Code amending Chapter 28 relating to Tucson Procurement Code, adjusting required wage levels for covered city contractors. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move to approve the matters on the consent agenda.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any continued discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
I don't want to leave anybody in suspense. Aye.
I thought you might abstain.
Is that everyone?
That was everyone, Your Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham, moving me on this. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing zoning C92117 Breakmasters Grant Road C1 to C2 City Manager's Report. Your Honor, this item is being continued at the request of staff.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Item 9.
Public hearings zoning C91616 Pima Medical Institute Craycroft Road OCR1 Major Change of Conditions Ordinance Adoption.
City Manager's communication number 26, dated January 25th, is received into and made part of the record. Council colleagues, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to modify rezoning condition 15 to allow for a drive-through feature for buildings 2 through 4 and to allow outdoor music to be permitted for building 4, except on the south side of the building. The rezoning site was the former Townsend Middle School, located at 2120 North Beverly Avenue. The proposal was for the repurposing and renovation for the Pima Medical Institute campus. Staff would like to make a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing.
But this is the one we're continuing.
This is item 9.
This is the Pima Medical Institute item we're continuing until April or whenever they bring it up.
Oh, this is interesting. I have all of the script and everything ready to go. And that item 8 continues.
Now you can do it by memory when it comes back in April.
It's been a weird meeting, I'll say. So this is the continued item, Mr. Clerk.
Sure.
Yes, Your Honor, just for clarification, that would be for the April 5th meeting
Okay.
or the 19th.
So
I just
want to make sure that I don't have the items confused. Item 10 is the Black Hawk Ranch subdivision.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's item 11.
Okay. I have it
Oh,
for
I'm
item
sorry.
10. So item 9,
10 also, Madam Mayor.
already.
So let me clarify, Your Honor.
Yes.
Item
please
8
do.
was the Breakmasters. Item 8 was the Breakmasters item. That item has been continued at the request of staff.
Okay.
Item 9 is the Pima Medical Institute. That item will be continued to the mayor and council meeting of April 5th. And it will be through a virtual meeting at this point in time. If we go back to live meetings, we will make sure that that's advertised.
Item 10.
10 is a public hearing zoning C142101 street name request East Garden Stone Drive City Manager's Report Ordinance Adoption.
Alrighty, so city manager's communication number 22 dated January 25th is received into and made part of the record. Council colleagues and community, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to approve a new street name, East Garden Stone Drive, to connect the Blackhawk Ranch subdivision with South Wilmot Road. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. So speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, address, whether or not you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone wishing to speak on this item?
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty. If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to close. There's a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Madam Mayor, I
Aye.
gotta make a motion to pass the ordinance 11899. That's the motion.
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Alrighty, Mr. Clerk. You are requested to read ordinance 11899 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11899 relating to streets, approving a new street name, East Garden Stone Drive, as shown on the final plat and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
I move, Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance 11899.
Second again. Any further discussion?
Aye.
Aye.
Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Hi, Roger, this is your last meeting. You totally lost control.
It's all part of the plan. It's coming together really well.
Your script for
Mrs.
me
Lee?
didn't work this time, Roger. Alrighty. Did
Mrs.
everyone
Lee?
vote? Aye.
Nick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
That's everyone, Your Honor.
Ordinance 11899 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Here's my cup.
It'll get better. It'll get better. Item 11.
Zoning C92101, Blackhawk, Wilmot, and I-10, SH, and C2 to R1, ordinance adoption.
City manager's communication number 23 dated January 25th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone vacant, undeveloped land located on the south side of I-10, west of Wilmot Road, and east of Los Reales landfill. The preliminary development plan proposes a 310-unit single-family residential subdivision at a density of approximately 3.6 units per acre and approximately 1.97 acres of functional open space. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Yes, Your Honor, this is Paul Oland.
Mr. Oland, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be happy to answer any questions you guys have today.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11901 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11901 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located on the south side of I-10, west of Wilmot Road and east of the Los Reales landfill in case C92101, Blackhawk, Wilmot, and I-10, SH, and C2 to R1, and setting an effective date.
Alrighty. What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the request for rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner, pass and adopt ordinance 11901.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, council member.
I know this realizes the fill out, and I'm not trying to. I'm not going to undermine this process at all. I just have a couple questions. Paul, in your final design, do you have any like recreational or kiddie equipment or like amenities for kids in the neighborhood you planned yet? Are you guys going to do that? I'm assuming you are, but I just wanted to kind of ask.
Yes, sir. Yeah, in fact, we've got 4 rec areas spread throughout the development, and they have play equipment, ramadas, turf. Some of them have 2 pieces of play equipment, a structure, and then like a climbing, rock thing. And there's lots of amenities, and we spread them out so that everybody can get to them really easily.
That's outstanding. And are those going to be exclusively for the residents of the area, or are they going to be public amenities?
They are not going to be locked or anything. I don't know how you would do that, really.
No, I'm just curious, and thanks for building those amenities. That's really outstanding. I'd really like, and again, this is for all new developments that are coming up, because we're going to have some in Ward 4. We've got a few in Ward 2, where a planned community builds an amenity, but it doesn't get counted as a park for us, right? And it's still a great public amenity. And not only that, on certain cases, I'm willing to use some of our own impact fees that are generated from projects like this to enhance those amenities. So that's kind of how I'm thinking. I'm not saying we need to do it this time. It's totally all good. But 1, thank you for the stuff you're building. And 2, there's some opportunities that we might be missing here. And so in the future, I'm just hoping that we take a look at that, because if the developer's willing to build amenities, it really can help us out to augment them with some of the fees we're collecting.
Sure, understood. I appreciate the comments. So we've got almost 2 acres spread out. And I forgot to mention, we've also got about a half a mile of multi-use path running along the Rodeo Lush.
It's a great project. Congratulations, 4-5.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for your efforts in moving on this thing.
Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Are we ready to vote? Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Excellent. So the ordinance 11901 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you all. Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Item 12.
Economic Development, Notice of Intent to Enter into Development Agreement with Project Penny, Resolution number 23434.
City Manager's communication number 24, dated January 25th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23434 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23434 relating to economic development, approving a notice of intent to enter into a tax incentive development agreement with Project Penny for a proposed airplane maintenance hangar at Tucson International Airport, making certain findings with respect to that agreement, and in adopting an independent economic analysis relating to the agreement.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, the Mayor and Council heard a presentation on Project Penny from Barbara Coffey and the Economic Initiatives team on the proposed primary jobs incentive located at the Tucson Airport in Ward 5. This proposal creates more than 50 jobs with salaries that qualifies for consideration for the primary jobs incentive. The company would work with the Pima County Economical Program that is also at the airport, as well as JTED and Sunnyside Unified School District at TUSD. The Tucson Airport fully supports this proposal. It is a potential win-win. This proposal creates jobs expanding the airplane industry. It creates revenues and creates employment and opportunity. The project tax revenue of the city of Tucson over the next 5 years is over $1 million. Project employees spending over the same time frame will result in 285 in new city revenue. I ask that this be considered for this meeting so that we can move forward. I want to thank my colleagues on the council for the 7-0 vote when this was discussed on the January 11th meeting, and we have an opportunity to move forward, show that mayor and council moves forwards when an opportunity is presented. So therefore, I move to, and I want to thank you, Mayor, for putting this early on the agenda. I therefore move to approve Resolution 23434 and to direct city staff to finalize the incentive agreement. Thank you.
There's a motion.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cunningham? Okay, so
That was
no
the last item, Your Honor.
no discussion. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Resolution 23434 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 13.
City clerk, appointment of a city clerk. Ordinance number 11900.
Oh, exciting. City Manager's Communication number 25, dated January 25th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 11900 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11900 relating to the city clerk, appointing the city clerk of the city of Tucson and declaring an emergency.
So at this moment, Councilmember Fimbres has asked to make the motion to appoint Suzanne Message to be our next city clerk. Mr. Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to thank Roger Randolph for his work for the city of Tucson for his clerk's office. Mayor and council, the city manager and department owe Roger a great debt of gratitude for his work and commitment to our community, for our great city. For the current mayor and council, this will mark the first time we have had a transition in the leadership of that city clerk's office, a very important matter. City clerk's office provides legislative information to various constituencies, including the mayor and council, city staff, and the public. The primary function of this office is to provide administrative, clerical, and logistical support to the mayor and council, coordinate and administrative records management throughout the city, conduct regular and special municipal elections in conformance with federal, state, and city laws, procedures, and administer the City of Tucson's campaign finance program. There is a person who has been at the clerk's office and deals with this last transition as well, Suzanne Mesh. In her distinguished career with the City of Tucson, Suzanne Mesh has worked with the city clerk's office for 34 years. Suzanne has been there to assist the mayor and council through meetings with when Roger Randolph could not be present. She has answered the questions posed to the mayor and council on issues, procedures, and process. The issue for me was the City of Tucson's vote by mail electoral process system, for which the mayor and council adopted in 2011. It celebrated its 10th anniversary, being the first and largest city in Arizona to conduct their elections as all vote by mail. I want to thank Roger Randolph, Suzanne Mesh, and Deborah Renaud, again on this issue, having discussions with me and my office on how this could be done for the City of Tucson. I was proud then to make this motion on all of our vote by mail elections, and proud Tucson has then in place making the election process free from voter intimidation. Madam Mayor and colleagues on the council, our city needs to have an individual in place who can lead the clerk's office as well as plan for the success and of leadership down the line. This person is Suzanne Mesh. So it is my honor and distinct privilege to move to approve Ordinance 1190 and appoint Suzanne Mesh as Tucson's next city clerk.
Second.
So there is a motion to pass and adopt Ordinance 11900 and a second. Any further discussion? I just want to say how excited I am Congratulations, Suzanne, a person that has been with the city of Tucson. I think you said 40 years. You must have started when you were 5. Really appreciate all of the amazing work and service that you have done. That you and Roger are the only really ones that I have really known. The previous city clerk retired as soon as I got elected. It must have been something I said, but I really appreciate your dedication and service to our community. You're invaluable, both of you. Roger, we will miss you. And Suzanne, I know the ship is in the right hands with you. And I'm just looking forward to your leadership as our next city clerk.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other of my colleagues? If not, let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
What number clerk is she? The 10th, the 11th, the 12th?
21st.
Suzanne Message, congratulations on being the 21st clerk of the city of Tucson. You deserve it, and we welcome you aboard. Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Suzanne, I know you'll do a great job, but you're filling some big shoes with Rogers leaving, but I know he's going to be an ally and a strong supporter for you. So God bless you and thank you for taking on the role. Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Hi, and Suzanne, you can watch this meeting as a one not to follow in its footsteps.
it was all her fault, Steve. Mayor Romero.
You know.
Watch your words, Roger. Your parting words. I am very happy to welcome you as our 21st city clerk, Suzanne. Congratulations. Very well done. Thank you.
Welcome to the team, Suzanne. Welcome to the team in your new role. We're excited for you and us.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So, with that, ordinance 11900 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations. Item 14.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, February 8th, 2022 at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you, Your Honor. I
Thank
think
you, Your Honor.
with the way this meeting went, I want to hear Roger say peace and I'm out of here.
Peace.
Have a great week.